Pass the vessel, baby.
Come on in.
Well, what's happening?
What's going on?
Oh, not too much.
What is happening?
Hey, my co-host is here with me right now. I guess she's going to be yelling half the things I say for a little while. So thanks for coming by. We're doing another live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been doing this live.
Mm-hmm. Another live stream discussion. This time, I call this one
This time,
B.F.M.s, which
B.F.M.s.
is wow, which is big freaking monsters. Oh wow!
Oh, can't say that word.
The whole time. Yeah. Big monsters. We're talking this time. Yeah, we've done tiny monsters in the past, and for whatever reason, I just completely ignored this subject. So I figured, well, I'll just go back on that, and we'll explore this option. And I know that to one degree or another, this is kind of close to you guys. Let's see.
Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite topics of all time.
What's going on, Joe?
I have a little soft spot for giant monsters.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, the obvious one comes to mind, of Godzilla. Is that the one where you guys gained a love for giant monsters?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's where it all started.
Mm-hmm.
Just I had a really cool uncle, and he watched me like 3 times a week when I was around 6 or 7 years old, and he would just every week different Godzilla movie, like bam, 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 and it was just awesome. Like they just kept getting better and better and better. It was really cool.
That's awesome. Ryan, what about you? How early was your exposure to big monsters?
Yeah, about the same as Adam, probably about 5 or 6.
Big monsters.
Well, Catalina, when I was about 5 or 6. We had a mom and pop video store that I guess the owner was a big Godzilla fan, because they always seem to have a rotating supply of Godzilla movies. So as a young kid, I was able to watch these, and I mean, my parents by a fluke just rented me one because he's a little brat, so probably like this monster movie. I did, and yeah, Godzilla was a pretty big staple in my home for a long time.
Yeah. Catalina with the hard-hitting questions right up front.
Yeah. I wasn't ready for this.
I wasn't ready for this.
I wasn't ready for this.
A second. I'd love to know what somebody is sharing in my chat right now.
Catalina's on.
I'll see if I can figure that out here. One second.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that he would provide.
What?
Gamera the Invincible. Hold on a second.
Oh, Gamera.
I was like, who's sharing YouTube videos in my chat? And it's Matt and Burns. And I'm like, oh well, this can't be anything like porn or anything like that. So let me see what that is.
Depends on what era of Gamera you were getting.
Is it a giant air fryer?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Here, I just want to see what he's looking at here real quick.
Yeah. Camera's awesome.
This must be one of your favorites.
This one to be my favorite.
Oh, because public domain fun.
I was gonna say, are we just gonna watch the whole movie? Because I mean, I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could totally do that.
I'm gonna watch them all.
Yeah, no, I won't do that.
I don't.
Although now I'm interested to know what the other one is because he shared two.
It definitely won't be anything Godzilla.
No.
Maybe I'll get that up on the YouTubes.
Oh, okay. Gamera versus Jager.
Good one.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I love Gamera.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever watched it.
Always kind of thought of as like the Wish Godzilla, but like it's really awesome. And that's kind of what it is. But it's splintered off into like this whole other thing. And more recent ones, mainly like the '90s, and I think there's even one in the 2000s. Are really good.
Okay.
Weird that Godzilla and Gamera never had a matchup or anything. Or
No, there were two different companies. It was like DC and Marvel, Toho, and I can't remember the name of the other company. It's escaping me, but they were like.
If Sony and Disney can come together to bring Spider-Man into the MCU, I'm sure these guys could have figured something out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they couldn't get a mutually satisfactory deal going.
It's not like Godzilla versus Kong. Like nobody knows who Gamera is except for like us. Nobody knows who he is.
Oh, what is this? Hey guys, got WrestleMania tonight, so it won't be on, but I will watch. What the hell? Lame. No. No, I get it. Thanks for stopping by, Olin.
Hi, Olin.
WrestleMania this year is pretty sick. So I don't blame.
Yep. This guy loved Monkey Man. Hello, my friends. Hope everyone is doing well. Hey, Carla, what's going on? All right. Anyhow, yeah, my exposure with large or giant monsters doesn't quite go back that far. I mean, I did watch some of the Godzilla movies, but I didn't watch all of them by any stretch of the imagination. I just watched a couple of them.
There's a ton.
Yeah, I remember when I was in middle school. I think that's where my biggest exposure from it came because you could elect like a club. You know what I mean? And they pick like one afternoon a month or something like that. And you'd go meet your club for whatever activity that was. And I picked Godzilla movies. So we would literally just show up to this club and they'd play a Godzilla movie and we'd just sit there and watch it. You know, so
I didn't have that in my school.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
If I was in that club, I'd probably still be talking to some of those people to this very day.
Oh, yeah.
They'd still be like,
yeah. Oh, not me. I hated all those people. No, that's not
Jesus
true.
Christ!
I don't remember those.
It's
people.
wasted on you.
I'll put it that way. I don't remember those people.
They'd all be in my wedding. Every single person.
Yeah, and they'd all be dressed up in the jumpsuits of the the underground research facilities. And instead of playing music as the bride walks down the aisle, it would just be like that countdown buzzer that you know.
Just have paper mache skyscrapers down the aisle.
Start kicking them.
Godzilla would be on the cake. Great. You know, fantastic. So I did not limit this. Since we're doing Scream Until You Like It live streams now, I'm not specifically horror genre with these things. So I mean, we don't have to stick to a genre here. I'm fine with comedies, romantic comedies, if there is any, with large giant monsters. That would be cool. And of course, we can do horror, we can do sci-fi, anything at all. So you want to kick it off, Ryan? Is there anything that really comes to mind that you feel is worthy of a mention?
So we're doing movies, right? Movies, not the specific monster themselves.
Well, I mean, yeah, a movie that has that specific monster in it.
So we can bring up several Godzilla movies over the course of the.
If you'd like to, I'm okay with that.
I don't know what the rules are here.
No. The rules are there are no rules.
Okay. So for the first one, I have this is so hard for me. I literally have dozens and dozens of movies. Someone else go.
Wow, you can't even pick a favorite to start with. I got you.
All right, I'll go.
I'm too nervous. I'm too nervous to. Be
Well,
the
there's
first one to
a lot.
sound off.
I get it. There's a lot, and you're just like, where do I want to start? So I'll go a little bit off the beaten path with my first one,
All right.
Frankenstein, but it's not the Frankenstein you're thinking of.
Okay.
It's not Boris Karloff. It's actually Toho's version of Frankenstein. Movie came out in '65. It's called it's called either Frankenstein Conquers the World or Frankenstein versus Baragon. And the premise is that for whatever reason, Frankenstein's monster, his heart was in Hiroshima when the when we dropped the bomb, when we dropped the big one. And it mutated that heart into a giant gargantuan mongoloid looking Frankenstein. That starts off as like a little boy, like he's like a little like homeless boy, like running around in the streets, like trying to get scraps and stuff. And whenever he eats protein, he gets bigger. And so eventually he eats an entire cow. That doesn't happen, but he eats a lot of protein, and it turns him into this like ginormous Godzilla-sized Frankenstein.
Oh my god.
And then this other monster shows up, Baragon, and he fights him, and it's just I'm getting goosebumps and emotional just talking about it. It's pure cheese, absolute ridiculous movie that is really fun to watch.
I've never seen this, but the artwork looks incredible.
Yeah.
Especially this.
Yeah. That's when they make up at the end.
Really?
The movie
Like,
ends with a slow dance.
They're just like, let's hug it out, bro. Yeah.
because I was gonna say that looks like their horns are locked and this is a fight to the death.
Yeah.
But no, it's like, come here, bro, I forgive you. That's awesome.
Isn't that insane though? That's like crazy. Like
that is very crazy.
They were so they were so persistent about making Frankenstein a giant monster for some reason. Toho. Like there's all these scripts that are floating out there. Like me and Ryan talked not that long ago that Godzilla versus King Kong originally was supposed to be Godzilla versus Frankenstein. They were just adamant that they were going to make Frankenstein, of all things, a giant monster in their like world. And doesn't make any sense to me other than it's like one of the more it's not even an American monster. It's European. So
yeah.
Anyway, it's really weird concept, but it's neat. It's neat that they did it. And the sequel to this, well, I won't is just as good.
Do we have any American monsters? Other than like Bigfoot, but he's not really a giant monster.
Like giant monsters, not. Yeah. I mean, Kong.
Cloverfield monster.
Kong.
Okay, that makes sense.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. Kylie says first Godzilla movie he watched was the one with Destroyer.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean,
and he says we need a better Rampage movie. Yeah, I agree.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a very good adaptation of the game at all.
Yeah. Oh, it was such a fun game.
I love the game. I remember staying up to like 4 a.m. to beat that freaking game,
Oh, wow. I never did anything like that. I just played like the arcade version. And the funny thing is,
I had it for Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
like
too.
we had nothing like that in my house when I was growing up. I always had like these cheesy like Commodore 64 games and stuff like that, which some of them were cool. I'm not gonna lie. I had a hell of a lot of fun with my Commodore, but I didn't have any like recognizable games. You know what I mean? Like nothing from the arcade was I ever able to play on my computer. But like, so I move out of the house. My parents, have my little brother, and at some point they bought this upright arcade, like full size game that has like multiple games in it, and one of them is Rampage. So every now and then, to this day, I go over to my parents' house. I will turn that thing on and I will play
That's
like a little bit of
sick.
Rampage.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Looks like you got no excuse though. It looks like Rampage did come out for the Commodore 64.
Well, I never had it, so I mean, my excuse is no one purchased it for me.
Yeah,
Because I didn't have a job.
That
So.
wasn't working then.
Yeah, exactly.
Child labor laws and such.
Let's see. Joe says I nominate One Crazy Summer. Both Godzilla and Jaws were goofed briefly in this. Okay.
Never even heard of it.
I've not seen it either.
It reminds me of that. Remember that scene in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? When Pee-wee's like driving, like he's getting away from the back. He's on his bike and he cuts right through them filming a Godzilla scene. Do you remember that?
I think I do.
There's like Ghidorah on the on wires, and he like drives right through it.
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
What?
I'm not a big fan of Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick because
we tried watching it at the Poconos. I was like, okay, this is cute, but
what, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that.
You were there. I can't remember. I think you were there.
Okay.
Did you find it?
That's a great scene.
So they must have
Godzilla's with Santa Claus.
Like they must have gotten the rights to Godzilla then, because like they're using the sound effects, they're using
everything's there.
everything.
That's really cool. Yeah, I don't know how they did that, but it was awesome. Oh,
I wonder if it matters if it's parody. If it's parody, do you still need to get the rights?
I mean, according to YouTube's rights, you're allowed to use whatever you want for the purposes of parody or review, and we all know firsthand that that's a crock of shit. So.
YouTube's authoritarian AI machine.
Pretty sure the American or the film industry is pretty similar.
Probably. Hey, Mothman's sort of big. You're right.
Mothman's bigger.
Yeah. Well, talking about American monsters that might be giant. So Mothman's kind of big. I don't know. Is he human size?
I was just say, at what point do we if it's 8 feet and above?
I think he's like 8 feet tall or something.
I was thinking the same thing earlier. Like, I don't know what I consider to be giant. You know what I mean? So, like, there was a few things that I thought about, and I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I disregarded it. So, let's see. PS2 Rampage was peak Rampage.
I think you have to be able to squash a car.
That's fair.
That's fair. Okay. Or a boat.
Or a boat.
Or a plane. So if it's land, sea, or air, if you can crush any of those things, you're a giant. So I'm going to go off the path a little bit since Ryan skipped his turn. We'll come back to him here in a second. I'm going to go with a non-Godzilla movie. I'm going to pick Cloverfield. Not for any particular reason other than it's a giant monster. I did enjoy the movie. It was on screen for 5 minutes, at the end, because essentially it was a found footage movie and it was just about a bunch of people running around a city trying to get killed. But yeah, the Cloverfield monster was big, it's destructive, qualifies, and I like it.
I remember the hype when Cloverfield was coming out.
Okay.
Like there was that quick little trailer that didn't show a damn thing other than the Statue of Liberty's head flying into the street, and everybody was going nuts. I remember, like, me and my friends were convinced it was another American Godzilla movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And there was all kinds of rumors going around. The movie's good, but the movie I had in my head was a lot better than what we got.
Yeah.
I feel.
I'm trying to find a picture I can actually blow up here because I don't know. It's a goofy looking monster, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I didn't really like what it looked like. All
It's
that
like a
all
pig
that
bug.
much.
It's kind of like a bat, you know.
Yeah.
I don't with a really wide opening mouth. It's weird looking. Like it doesn't look scary or menacing. It was just huge, and that was what was scary about it.
Well, but when you're watching it in the theater, like you didn't see that. Like that was it was like a second, and it was like you saw it, and then it was gone, and then it actually was really effective because like you were like you were trying to think about like what did I just see, because you remembered certain things like eyes and his fangs and stuff like that, but it happened so quickly that you didn't have like a definitive like image in your head. I think it's I really like that movie a lot. You know, two sweet spots for me are found footage and giant monster movies, and I thought it was a really fun idea to have a giant monster movie told from the ground, you know, like just like civilians running away from the monster. Like that really hadn't ever been done before. It's always, you know, those movies are always you're in the boardrooms of the military and scientists most of the time that are trying to figure out how to stop it or figure out what it is. To just be like on the ground level when it's happening and you don't know shit, like other than some giant things like attacking the city. Like I thought that was a pretty cool idea. And
Definitely. Yeah. No, I was totally sucked in. I waited years to watch that movie.
Oh, one thing I wanted to say, like during the trailer, I remember there was a big hubbub about amongst my friends because of a line of misinterpreted dialogue during the trailer. Everybody thought that they said it's a lion. It's huge. I can't remember what what the person actually said. But everybody thought that it was going to be a live action Voltron movie.
That's right. I remember that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Everyone's like, it's going to be a lot. And I was like on board. I was like, what? Found footage Voltron? What? That sounds insane. But give it to me.
Would be awesome.
Can you imagine the amount of cocaine that must have been consumed to get that fucker greenlit?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I could just see like the guys walking past the producer's office, like Terry, he's balls deep in the blow. Get the script, get in there right now. You're gonna pitch this fucking thing.
First thing they did before they pitched it was throw another like 8 ball on the table.
Producer's just like, you son of a bitch, I'm in.
Yeah. He's like, whatever it is you're gonna say after this, yes. That's so good.
Like I want to like that whole Cloverfield franchise, but it's kind of like they're so loosely connected.
Yeah.
That like I can't. It's like why are we pretending that this is a franchise when they almost have like nothing to do with each other, you know?
Yeah, it's true. They connected with basically just the name.
Yeah.
The monster's back in the third one.
Yeah.
For 3 seconds.
Yeah, like a really big version of it, like an adult version, because in Cloverfield, the one we're talking about, pardon me, excuse me, it's supposed to be a baby. Like it was just hatched.
Oh wow.
And that's why it's like it's freaking out. It doesn't know where it's at. It doesn't know where it is. It has, you know, it's looking for its mother, and it's like it's like it's an infant, and as soon as it gets on shore, it's attacked.
Oh yeah.
So
that was a cool shot in the third one, though, with the adult version, like breaking through the clouds.
That was awesome.
Too bad the rest of the movie wasn't like that.
Yeah, the rest of the movie was like weird. I didn't like it.
Yeah. I didn't get it.
I liked it. I just was like, it's not Cloverfield. Like, why do you keep fucking doing this? Just make another Cloverfield movie.
And like the one with John Goodman. Sorry, I know we're derailed a little bit, but we were talking about Cloverfield.
Okay.
That's a great movie, but it has nothing to do with the first one. And it's like it should have just like calling it. What was it called? Like
10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah, like that almost detracts from it because it was a great movie just on its own. But like the whole movie, I'm sitting there trying to I'm looking for Easter eggs and trying to figure out if there's any like connective tissue between that movie and Cloverfield, and there's none. There's zero in that one.
Nope.
Nothing.
Even the aliens at the end have nothing to do with the fucking
and that's what I thought was going to be the thing. Like the aliens had something to do with Cloverfield, like the monster or whatever, and there's nothing.
Yeah. The to me the only connection between 1 and 2 was the name. That was it.
Unacceptable.
Olin says, I would just like to mention Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, that was the inspiration for my screen name tonight, the Stay Puft Clint.
I noticed.
Oh. For some reason, Clint Mello sounds dirty.
Clint Mello.
I never really thought about it. I just put it up there. Yeah. Clint Mallow.
I love that it's a total sausage fest for this one, by the way.
I know. I ought to message Mike and find out what the hell he's doing.
Oh, dude, this is like his category.
I know.
I know he said he was doing some stuff with some family.
Yeah, okay.
But he said he'd be home. First. Yeah, but he said he'd be home at a decent time. Well, while Clint's doing that, I guess I'll go on my turn.
Yeah.
So since Adam likes watching a bunch of people run around during a big monster movie, I'm surprised that you didn't like 2014's Godzilla a little better. Since that's how you fucking get it.
So you had 20 minutes to think of a movie, and that's the one you fucking bro.
You're goddamn right. Okay, so I liked it. I was miffed that we did not see a lot of Godzilla, but the Godzilla we did see was pretty fucking cool. Like that final fight between the two Mutos.
Yeah.
And he fucking destroys the one by ripping open its maw and just
that was cool.
Oh my god.
It blew his radiated breath down its throat.
Radioactive breath? No, it's something else. Is it just radioactive breath? That sounds weird.
Yeah.
I thought it was a shorter one. But anyway, yeah, he just fires his radioactive breath down this thing's throat. And eventually he's just holding its decapitated head.
That was sweet. That was awesome. There's just a whole lot of boring shit in that movie. There's just a whole lot of boring shit and awful, boring characters. And you just spend too much time. Like they kill the best character off in the first 15 minutes.
I was going to say, because Bryan Cranston, they do that amazing job setting up his character at the beginning of the movie. That opening scene is hard to watch. Where he's looking at his wife on the other side of the glass.
And like, I'll be honest, here's the deal. Like the studio agrees with me because look at Godzilla 2014 and look at what just came out in the theater now. King Kong riding Godzilla's head, and King Kong has a giant fucking robot hand. Like can you from Godzilla 2014, could you ever would have imagined where that same character, that same monster would be now? Like no.
I feel it's almost like it's just we've skipped a couple steps, but it really just feels like the transition with the Toho, like the entire Showa era. Like we start with like Showa is the first one, right? Or is it Heisei?
Showa.
No, Showa.
Yeah.
So like we get the 54 Gojira, which is very dark and serious. And by the end of that era,
yeah, I guess you're right.
That's Godzilla's
true.
High-fiving Jet Jaguar.
Like they had that beautiful trailer. I don't know if you guys remember the trailer.
Oh, I do.
But it was them like jumping out of the plane, and just like all the lights, and like as he goes down, like he just encounters like Godzilla, and he's got the flares, and it's just very dramatic music.
feel like need to
I
look
made
this
my
up.
entire family go see this because I was like, I'm going to show you why I love Godzilla, and this movie is going to be like the epitome.
Oh, then you walked out of it and you're like, okay, I was wrong.
I had a Godzilla mask on. I was sitting there like an idiot with a Godzilla mask.
Oh, is this the one where you threw it across the theater?
Yeah.
No, I kicked it.
Who kicked it? All
I
right.
punted it.
Oh no.
Paul was
Like-
there with us, and it was like one of the most disastrous, most disappointing moments. Because I was just expecting it. I was like Bryan Cranston. The trailer looked awesome. Godzilla looked great from what I could tell. I just didn't like every time Godzilla was on, like they kept on like pulling back. Like they would show you him for a couple seconds, then doors would close, or a couple seconds, and then the rest of it was on a television set.
Mhm.
Like they were too cute for their own good.
Yeah.
When like we want to see the fucking monster. Come on.
Yeah. Sometimes pulling off the monster itself is such hard work that I feel like they really skimp on it to kind of just tease you with it, and also because it's easier to not show it.
Yeah. And another problem I had with it, though, like we were just talking about Cloverfield, those monsters were basically just Cloverfield monsters. Like I did like the little fight they had at the end, but it was just like little Cloverfields. They were just like nondescript insect monsters.
I
Yeah.
do
And it was
remember
just like-
being bummed when I realized that was what we were getting.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Godzilla was going to be up against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the start of the MonsterVerse, and I love every other movie in the MonsterVerse. I really do, to varying degrees, but I do. I hate that one.
I have to show you a photo. I messaged Mike, and he's like, I'm still in Long Island, so he can't hop on. But he went to the mall to get like one thing, and he came across this place. That says Kong Dog, and it looks like they sell corn dogs.
It sounds dirty too.
I thought it
Yeah.
said Kong
doesn't.
Dong.
It's Kong Dong, right?
Kong Dong.
Kong Dog.
Yeah.
Could be Kong Dong. That'd be right. Get yourself a
Okay,
Kong
wait.
Dog.
So it says fresh, new corn dogs.
Yeah, as opposed to
What
old
does
ones.
the new part mean?
Means they didn't fall out frozen ones.
Oh, but
Means
that's
we've
what
been
the fresh means.
means
like,
we've been eating old ones all these
I was
years.
gonna say new
Yeah.
corn dog suggests that there is an
Yeah.
old corn dog.
Yeah. They make brand new batches of cornmeal batter every single day.
Again, that's
Well,
fresh.
good-
Fresh would have
good.
summed all that up.
Yeah. Whatever.
Corn dogs are like wine; they get better over time.
Maybe it's like a new recipe. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's not your traditional corn dog. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh, so a new style. Okay.
So they're new is in reinvented. That's what I think.
Well, it could be like
Yeah.
those South Korean corn dogs.
Oh yeah,
I love
think
a
I
good
would
corn
have
dog.
had a South Korean corn dog. What's that
Oh
like?
man, there's a place about 20-minute drive from us called Gangnam, Korea, and they make freaking amazing like corn dogs, matzo dogs. It's like this giant pogo, but it's filled with mozzarella cheese. So it's like a cheese stick
cheese.
on a stick.
with a hot dog.
Bastards.
Yeah, it's like hot dog cheese, and you like dip it in like kimchi or some honey sauce. It's boom.
What the fuck?
I'm
That
hungry.
sounds
now.
mind blowing. Wow, I would love that. Kimchi's
Right.
actually pretty good.
I
You
freaking
know,
love kimchi.
Yeah. God.
But yeah, Godzilla 2014, not as bad as people make it
Yeah.
out to be, despite what Adam tells you.
It's,
But I
I
do-
don't know.
it's kick your mask across the theater bad.
Bryan Cranston should not have died because he is spouting the same dialogue the rest of these people are, but it's interesting when Bryan Cranston is
Right.
doing it.
Yeah. And this was like at the height of Breaking Bad and everything. So him being in the movie was like a big deal.
Could you imagine if if he had lived and we just kept getting Bryan Cranston in these movies?
Yeah,
It would have been
Yeah. that would have been great
Yeah.
if he was the connective tissue to all of this stuff.
Too bad there was never a crossover where Godzilla ended up in Breaking Bad.
Godzilla on meth.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Methzilla. It'll be one of those.
You know, maybe it could have been the
Cocaine
one.
Bear or Methzilla.
Yeah.
You know?
It could have been the one time he sampled his own product. He just sees
Yeah.
Godzilla. I would have totally been on board for that.
Oh my God, no, that's what happens. Godzilla shows up, and Bryan Cranston, who's always been very adamant, he's like, I don't try my own stuff. He does. And the reason he's never tried his own stuff is because it causes him to grow to ridiculous sizes. And then a giant Bryan Cranston or Walter White.
So this is
fights
like
Godzilla.
a Rampage. This is like a
Yes.
Rampage movie. So it could be Godzilla Rampage with Bryan Cranston.
With a giant Walter White and a ton of meth.
That sounds incredible. You know, tell me there wasn't cocaine in that pitch.
Yeah, sure.
There was not, but there was alcohol.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, we got 2014 Godzilla in there.
All right, Mr. Shits on 2014. What do you got next?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the superior film, the one that came right after it. Oh wait a minute. Well, maybe not right after it. I can't remember which came out first, Skull Island or King of the Monsters.
Skull Island.
But,
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Godzilla, King of the Monsters, just to wash
Oh.
the taste out of that conversation out of my mouth.
Adam's not wrong either. Like, it is the superior movie.
Now, like Godzilla, King of the Monsters was basically a box office bomb, and destroyed Michael Dougherty's career. The guy that did Trick or Treat and Krampus, and should still be making like awesome movies.
Yes.
They were basically. I remember there was a Q&A where they were like, "Are you going to make Trick or Treat too?" And he was like, "Well, it depends on what happens with Godzilla." So if Godzilla's a success, then it'll get greenlit, and if it doesn't, then Ryan Jaguar, by the way, is much better. I appreciate that. But anyway, like box office bomb. And I was so apprehensive, I remember, before the movie came out, because 2014, I didn't like it.
It wasn't a box office bomb, though. They made a sequel. They wouldn't have made a sequel if it tanked.
It didn't make
meet its expectations. Yeah,
dude, like they wouldn't have replaced him if they made what they wanted to make with that movie.
Sorry, I'm just really upset that this movie did not get the respect.
No, I mean, I it doesn't get any respect. I mean, I literally would check the box office totals, and I mean, I went and saw it in the theater like 3 or 4 times because I was trying to do my part to boost it up. Anyway, it's nothing but a love letter to Godzilla fans. That's all that it is. If you grew up on these movies, it's everything that you could ever want a Godzilla movie, an American, like a Hollywood fully funded $1 million production of Godzilla to look like. And it's, modernized versions of all these classic Toho characters, like beefing them up, but like still maintaining all the awesome characteristics that you recognize from the Toho movies that you watched as a kid.
Like you see these creatures, that's Rodan, that's Mothra.
Yeah, no, you don't have to like second guess. You know exactly who all these monsters are, and every little aspect about it, like the little surprises they throw in. Like there's the connection that Mothra has with Godzilla, and there's just so many awesome parts. Like there's when they have to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say when they have to like resuscitate Godzilla by using like a nuclear weapon, and Sarazawa has to go to his like little underwater lair, and like one of the best scenes is like when Mothra's essence rejuvenates Godzilla and essentially turns him into fire Godzilla. A burning Godzilla is what he's referred to, which is the Godzilla that's at the end of Destroya. Like it was just like
you get Meltdown Godzilla.
It was just like every like it was like there was a checklist of every awesome thing you wanted to see in a Godzilla movie, and he just went all the way down and hit every fucking box.
And it never felt like pandering to the fans. Like everything worked in the movie.
Yeah, it was
made
organic.
sense that it was all in there.
Yeah, and
You even had the twin fairies theme playing while they weren't in the movie, but you did have the two twin characters.
some of the best Godzilla music. Some of the best Godzilla music, like in any Godzilla movie. You know, it's all most of it is the classic Toho themes, but like done with like an orchestra. You know, like what's his name, Bear?
Oh shit, Bear McCreary.
Barry McCreary. Like he just knocked it out of the park. You know,
This movie kind of seemed to kill him too. He was bringing out so many bangers, and all of a sudden he disappeared.
yeah.
But I mean, he did the soundtrack for this, and then he did the soundtrack for the Child's Play remake, and I think it was just back to back, like unfortunate events for him.
Like I still have the soundtrack to this movie like on my YouTube like playlist, and it still fires me up. That Godzilla theme.
Yeah.
Actually, since we're talking about the music, and I've told the story before, but I'll never stop embarrassing my son with this story. So this actually starts with 2014 as well, because I took my son to see 2014 because I'm like, you got to like, we're gonna see Godzilla, you're gonna fall in love with this character, and he was honestly pretty bored with the movie. He was like
the one we're talking about, Monsters.
No, 2014. He was about
2014.
9 at the time. Like it just didn't hold it. So this one comes out, and I'm getting all excited again about Godzilla. And he's like, "Okay, yeah, Dad, I guess we'll go see Godzilla." And on the drive in, where I'm listening to that Bear McCreary soundtrack, and like you said, it's like the original Godzilla theme, like that, that dun 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 dun. And I'm like, "This is the Godzilla theme, bud." And he's like, "Okay, yeah, whatever, Dad." So we get to that part in the movie where Ken Watanabe just died, giving Godzilla that boost because of the nuke, and the water's quiet, and then you get that dun dun dun, quiet, and I could just see my son, just kind of perk up in his seat, and it's like dun dun dun, and my son's just like, Dad, and he's like grabbing my arm in the theater, and he's like, Godzilla's coming back. And then like Godzilla crescendos out of the water, and my son's just like losing his shit. And I'm like, this is the greatest fucking movie ever.
That's the greatest. That's awesome. What a moment.
Yeah, that sounds like a wonderful experience.
This is easy. You know what? Hands down,
another one.
Yeah, hands down. I think this is my favorite Godzilla movie. Toho, legendary.
Me too. And like, I took my uncle. Sorry, not to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
My uncle, who always showed me Godzilla movies, I made him come with me, and he was like, he's like one of those guys, like he doesn't want to go anywhere now, and he's like doesn't want to do anything. He's like a big pothead. he's like a really interesting guy. He's a pothead attorney. Like he's a pretty successful attorney, but like he's a total pothead hippie guy. And I was like, no, like you got me into these movies. You're coming with me to see this. And it was like me, him, Paul, his wife. And we just sat there and watched it. And like, I kept on looking over at him during like certain scenes to see if he was like feeling it like I was. And oh yeah, like he was like, he was all fired up when Godzilla came out of the water. And I was just like, this is fucking beautiful. Like this, what a moment. This is great.
That's the crazy thing about Godzilla too. Like these are generations.
It's generational.
Yep. And this is just, it hits.
Yep.
Clint's just like, he's like, I'm hearing you boys. I'm just.
You know what? I wish that I had those experiences because it sounds incredible, but my exposure was just too light-handed.
Too light, yeah.
I
get it. I totally get it.
That's honestly the hardest thing about Godzilla 2. If you are introduced too late, it's really hard. It's not really ever going to work unless you're a hippie.
We found that out at the Mahoning, didn't we?
Well, it's not that I like zero Godzilla movies because that's not true. I absolutely love Godzilla versus Kong. But like that Rodan movie. Holy shit, that put me to sleep. I just
been a while
I'm
since
sitting
I
there
saw that.
waiting for this larvae to like turn into something, and it's like swimming and crawling and all this stuff, and I'm just like,
Yeah, that was a slow burn kaiju movie.
yeah,
I was honestly, when I saw the playlist for that, for the drive-in you guys were going to, I was really surprised to see Rodan on there.
Because they had Mothra too, didn't they? Like they just
Yeah, that's another kind of.
Yeah.
Mothra's more fun when she's teamed up with Godzilla.
Yeah.
Or
as all these
kicking the shit out of
monsters,
him.
as all these monsters are. Let's be real. But
yeah. So it was, you discussed a relationship between Godzilla and Mothra. So are they like step siblings or something? They got like the same dad but like different moms, or
Well, there was that one time that
grew up
Mothra
in different
got stuck in the
houses.
dryer.
Oh,
well,
so somebody opened the refrigerator, she gets stuck to the light.
In the Toho universe, Godzilla is the king of the monsters, and Mothra is referred to as the queen of the monsters. Do they fornicate? I don't know.
Oh.
Does Mothra keep popping out babies? Yes. Do we know who the father is? No.
Godzilla.
Somebody call Maury.
You are not the father.
And he screeches. "Rah!"
He's like, back to Monster Island, bitches. He's like, Angus, get the Cadillac. We're going out.
Oh, it's so bad. But awesome. Oh.
And I have other movies that aren't Godzilla, by the way, Clint, so don't worry.
Oh, I don't care. You can cover Godzilla as long as you want.
All Godzilla.
Did I miss one when I got up? I mean,
no, we
King of the Monsters.
No,
that was the last one.
Okay.
Truthfully, it's the fact that you came back that we started winding down on it. Because if you had stayed out, it just would have been me and Adam talking about King of the Monsters for the rest of the night.
Oh, I got you. Oh, yeah. I should watch a bunch of Godzilla movies and then reconvene and have a Godzilla hangout. See how many people show up for that one.
Well, if you ever want to do a watch along to a Godzilla flick, I'll do it with him.
All right,
guy will be there.
That sounds great. All right, Adam, I think we're back to you.
I did the last one.
Oh,
Yeah, he was King of the Monsters.
He was King of the Monsters? Oh, that's right. You did.
Yeah, it was 2014. I wanted to get it out of the way.
My mistake.
It took that whole time and picked the one that he knew I hated the most. I love it.
I wanted to get it out. I wanted to get it gone. There, we've gotten rid of it. It's like when you get a plate of food and you know you got to eat everything on the plate. So you start with the thing you hate the most.
So you can get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
I got it.
You don't want the last thing in your mouth to be Godzilla 2014.
Yeah. I'm going to pick a movie that is not popular. And I had the distinct pleasure of being part of a watch along and having 98% of the people on that watch along shit on the movie.
Fun.
Reign of Fire.
Oh, really?
Have you seen that?
I have. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I was one of the ones that was shitting on it, wasn't I?
I'm sure. Yes, you were.
Because I hate that fucking movie.
I remember. I mean, it's been a minute since I saw it. I remember that movie being fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You might want to rewatch it.
I liked it a lot. I still liked it, even on a rewatch. Maybe the CGI dragons weren't so.
Well, yeah,
amazing.
or the dragon. Do they look like shit or something?
No, they're fine.
Yeah, they're all right. But it's a Christian Bale movie, so there's that. So
what does that mean?
To be more specific, it's a gravelly voiced Christian Bale movie.
Yeah, he kind of plays the same character in all those films. You know what I mean? As soon as he stopped doing, like European films and started doing American.
I've been wanting to watch this again for a long time.
Yeah.
Like it's what a cool an apocalyptic dragon movie. Like that hasn't been done before.
It does sound cool.
It does. Yeah. Like I love the scene. Like they're holed up in the castle for some reason, and he's reenacting Star Wars.
Yeah.
To like the kids that like they don't, nobody has television obviously anymore.
Yeah.
and they're like doing that little play. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't. That's all I really remember. That in the subway scene in the beginning. I remember liking it, but I'll have to give it another watch. It's been a really long time since I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. The magic didn't get ruined for me. I still like it.
Did you? Okay.
I just like everything. Sorry to bring up Godzilla 2014 again, but that's what I would compare it to. Like
Like not
the
enough dragons.
dragons, the dragons weren't in it enough.
Well, I mean, but there was. I mean, the whole. It was almost like Dawn of the Dead, where like you have the survivors trying to like figure out what to do, and they're just trying to like create civilization again. And I remember they had like crops and stuff, and all they're trying to do, like that was interesting to me. Like they're trying to like not see dragons, and they're trying to like rebuild the world and figure out how to live and that kind of thing.
Yeah, they developed a way to avoid being burned to death by dragons.
So in that context, like just I mean that stuff again, it's been years since I saw it, but that was interesting to me. And then when like the convoy comes with Matthew McConaughey, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? And and like say what you will about Lack of Dragons. And again, I can't speak too intelligently about this because I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember the end of this movie just being just dragon-tastic. Like
There was a lot of dragons in the sky, but they were still just basically fighting one dragon.
Yeah, in the end, the
head dragon. It was like the head dragon.
They had to kill the male because
that
was one of the discoveries that they had that when they took down
only one male,
a really big dragon, they're like that was a female, and they're like there's like one male that like passes over the eggs and fertilizes them. That's the type of thing, which is a little lame. It's like
that
spawning fish.
It's
like spawning fish,
Eventually, they'd have to give birth to another male.
At some point, there would be,
like in their evolution, if their evolution made any sense.
But they had to give them a really easy mechanic to defeat the dragons. So I mean,
it's like kill the head vampire and to kill all the other vampires.
Exactly.
Actually, it's a question you see brought up in all of our groups a lot of the time is or not a question, sorry, a statement. Like instead of remaking these like super popular horror movies, remake movies that had a great idea but maybe a flawed execution. To me, this is a great example of that, because apparently you guys love it, but I love the idea that the movie presents. I just don't like the way they did it.
Well,
and I found Matthew McConaughey and Christian Bale really annoying in it for some reason.
I mean, I don't know if you guys watch Game of Thrones.
I've seen it.
I stopped after a bit, but yeah.
There has been no better dragon work in film history than on Game of Thrones. Those dragons are fucking awesome. And that includes Dragon Slayer, which I love. Maybe it doesn't include Dragon Slayer. I don't know. But anyway, stuff like the effects stuff has just come so far ahead of when Reign of Fire was made that for that reason alone, a remake would be cool, just to have more realistic looking dragons. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the advances in those special effects, would have to give us, if done well, what I mean, would have to give us better looking dragons than what we had.
I don't remember.
It is still possible with
movie, by the way, though. I remember liking how they looked. But
I remember actually to this. Yeah, I still think the dragons look good.
Yeah.
So what was my point? I don't know.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I don't know what mine was either.
Well, I mean, it's not a perfect movie. I like Reign of Fire. But the thing is, like, they'll never remake a movie like that. It's all about the IP. It has to be instantly recognizable to people, and that's when they remake a movie. Which is why they remake really good movies, and we hate the remake. Yeah. Reign of Fire is not like a household name,
and it's got to be the other IP. insanely profitable.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. You're right.
Fun.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. So there you have it. Ryan, where do you want to go?
All right, so Ryan's not going to bring up a Godzilla movie
Oh, my God.
because you guys, yeah, and for that very reason, we're going to get a deep cut here, you motherfuckers. We're going with Flight of Dragons.
Yeah, no one. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's an animated feature from the 80s starring John Ritter.
Wow.
And in my opinion, that is the best representation of dragons
Jesus Christ.
ever put to film.
Hold on a second. Let's see. The dragon in the Netflix movie Damsel was pretty awesome. I have not seen that, but I will take your word for it, and maybe I will check it out.
Seriously, none of y'all's like, oh, that's right. I'm younger than you guys. Shit. Yeah, you wouldn't have watched
You
this.
love subtly bringing that up. What are you talking
I'm
about?
never subtle about it. But no, but in this case, that would make sense because like I was like maybe 7 when I watched this, and that is the time to watch this because it's an animated kids movie. So you guys would have been right at that point where you're like, I'm too grown up to watch a kiddie flick kind of thing, because it was very like the cover
When did
art and
it come out?
everything. I don't know. Oh, that's fair too. This was Canada. It might have been like,
it says 1982.
oh damn. So yeah, you guys got no excuse.
Yeah. That's Nicole, by the way. Hey, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
And Nicole.
Nicole's probably seen Flight of Dragons.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure.
But
I don't
like
think anyone has, but yeah.
for a kids movie though, like they go into like surprising detail. Like they explain why dragons sleep on gold. They explain how dragons can fly. Which, by the way, all the gases that they use to breathe fire, they can kind of keep those in, and it builds up in their bellies, and that's what allows them flight. Yeah.
Just for some context, I wanted to show what Ryan's talking about.
Gorbash! Gorbash! Come!
Look how fucking cool that is.
It's like Rain of Fire.
Yeah, except with a wizard riding on a dragon's back.
Yeah, where's Christian Bale?
Like, look at all the dragons. Kid Ryan fucking ate this up.
God dang.
Age of logic, when dragons flew the sky.
Max might like this.
Okay.
You might like it. It's surprisingly dark too.
Dark.
Look down there, Gorbash, my friend.
Yeah, we could-
Troubled
So see, they got to breathe fire because that expels the gas in their bellies and allows them to start to lower.
A world of magic or a world
When we were deciding on names, it was either Max or Gorbash.
Well, that would have been awkward if you named a Gorbash.
So, let's see.
Because people would have always, like, how many people on the street would have stopped you and be like, you did it because of the movie?
Gorbash.
But anyway, yeah. So that's what you got.
Okay.
I
Well-
can't believe neither one of you had seen it.
That's okay. But they were legit dragons. They
I mean,
had
82.
4
I totally
feet
would have been
and
down with
wings.
that. So you got to
Whereas-
blame the people around me for not showing it to me.
Yeah.
Got to talk to your stoner uncle. I feel
Yeah.
he missed the boat on that one.
Mhm.
All right, we can move on because I've got more like this.
Yeah.
So
I want to. Well, I want to look something up real quick because I seem to recall something now that we're talking about it.
turns out this was like Clint's favorite movie when he was a kid, and it just kind of popped back in.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the problems with Rain of Fire is actually calling the creatures dragons.
Oh my
They
god!
were technically wyverns.
What?
Oh my god. I don't know what's worse, the fact that you just said that or the fact that I know what you're talking about.
I'm so glad I have no idea what you guys.
Okay. The major difference between a dragon and a wyvern is the number of feet that it has. So, like a dragon itself, like in the cartoon that we just saw, will have 4
There's
feet
4.
and wings. All right. A wyvern is more like a chicken. It has 2 legs and 2 wings, and if it crawls on the ground, it's using its wings to crawl.
Yeah, it's got those little claws on the end of its wings.
Yeah. So maybe more like a bat as opposed to a chicken, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, that's like my chicken finger theory. So
My chicken.
Yeah, well, chickens are like wyverns, right? Like,
Okay.
think about it. All we've ever seen is domesticated chickens, right?
Uh-huh.
Where are the fingers on domesticated chickens? They don't got any. And that's
Right.
because wild chickens have fingers because they're like wyverns. Wild chickens have the claws at the ends of their wings, like a wyvern does, which is why chicken fingers tend to be meatier. The reason nobody's ever seen a wild chicken is because if you saw a chicken in the wild, it would fucking kill you. Because they go for your face with their talons.
This is true.
Only
This is true.
certain people who have been educated and trained on how to safely take down a wild chicken, harvest its fingers, and then send it off to farms for domestication have seen chickens in the wild. And that's why chicken fingers are so fucking expensive. That's why like you go to a
Chicken
Wendy's
fingers.
and it's like $13.99 for a 3-piece. Because these guys are putting their lives on the line to get these chicken fingers.
Right. That's right. It's a high casualty profession. I mean,
Exactly.
hazard pay. We're covering the risk that they take to harvest these chicken
Those
fingers.
delicious chicken fingers.
Yeah.
Just so we can dip them in that honey mustard sauce.
Yeah. Don't get me started on what the sauce guys go through.
I'm hungry.
But yeah, that's my chicken finger theory.
That is fantastic. I love it. All right. So Flight of the Dragons is where we stopped.
Flight of the Dragon.
It's a good movie. And it's proved it exists. I wasn't making it up.
That's Nicole again. Just want to say hi. I have to get back to Grey's Anatomy and crocheting with my sister-in-law. Love you guys.
Love you.
Love you
You've seen
too.
Flight of Dragons, right, Nicole?
Absolutely. That was the comment that I skipped. She was like, Flight of the Dragons, awesome. My favorite thing
I will
from the
find
80s.
somebody else in the world that has seen this fucking movie. I have not yet.
I bet I've seen worse cartoons when I was growing up.
For sure.
That was not, for whatever reason, that was not.
That wasn't
Well, it
any
has the
worse than
same-
watching like the Gummy Bears or something. I
Well, I was
mean,
gonna say the animation style is very similar to those animated like Hobbit, The Hobbit, and Return of the King.
sure. Yeah.
Not the
Yeah,
Lord of the
that'd be
Rings
fun.
though. That movie looked like fucking ass. The animated one.
Okay.
I hate Lord of the Rings.
I was gonna say,
That's a whole-
thank God my wife's not on here. She would be like,
No, I love
What?
Lord of the Rings. I love.
I hate Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's.
oh, she loved the
I'd rather.
the animated stuff too.
I am your friend despite that.
Thank you.
Uh,
Is it my turn yet, or do we have to keep talking about this fucking cartoon?
no,
I've
it's your
been waiting
turn.
for you to go.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. Let's go with Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, 1958. Have you all seen it?
Nope.
I've not. I've heard about it, 100 times. But I mean,
All right.
how did she become 50 feet tall is my question.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Probably radiation.
So, no.
What?
Don't look it up. Let me tell you. Let me explain it to you. Let me give you the atomized version of events.
Atomized. I love it.
So,
Because you're Adams.
right. So, like, her husband is a philanderer. Like, he's cheating on her with the hot chick in town. And and the hot chick in town was played by Yvette Vickers. You can look her up and post that if you want. She was my first. My uncle kept asking me why I kept wanting to watch Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, and it was because of Yvette Vickers, which is spelled Yvette. she was like, she ended up being in Playboy and all that shit, and like she was just the first woman I saw on screen where I was just like, God damn, you know. But anyway, so she's an unhappy housewife, and she's driving to try to find where her husband is. Oh yeah. Well, there she's kind of smushed.
Yeah. And here she's kind of old.
Well, there she's kind of old and on the verge
Yeah.
of death.
Verge of death. But no, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, she was very attractive in the movie. As you can see.
Yeah.
She was something else. And anyway, so her wife, or the wife, is trying to find the husband, and he knows where they're at because they always go, oh yeah, that picture right there. That's the one.
Mhm.
That's the one.
There's the money.
So she's going to find her cheating husband,
Mhm.
and as she's driving alone on the desolated, lonely highway at like midnight, this ginormous UFO lands, and this ginormous 50-foot male alien comes out. He looks just like a regular guy, but he's 50 foot tall and wearing a loincloth. And he sees her and he's like, you're pretty hot, but I can't, there's no way I can have sex with you. So he takes out his grower gun.
Okay.
And shoots her with it. So he makes her large so that he can like mate with her.
I see.
I can't remember if he succeeds.
As you would.
I think she gets away. But next thing you know, she's this 50-foot woman marching around town trying to find her cheating husband, like ripping open like roofs of houses, trying to see if like he's in
That
the
sounds
bed.
awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Why
It's
have
great.
I not seen this before?
It's fucking fantastic, dude. It's so great. Like there was this came out in the 60s, right? It came out in 58. Like there was like a real sleaziness to some of these sci-fi movies made in the 60s.
Sure.
And I'm all there. I'm all about it. I think it's so great. It's so fun. It makes it so fun to me. They always put that element in it, so it's not boring. It's not just like straight like monster fighting, whatever. There's always like a sleazy sort of like almost like noir feel to some of these movies. And 50-Foot Woman is a good one. It's a real good one. Great. Like the poster is classic. Attack of the 50. I had that poster hanging up in my bedroom.
Yeah, I think we've all seen that.
Yeah, like the yellow one and stuff. And recently, I just read that Tim Burton is going to do a remake of it.
Oh, really?
And I'm so like, I hope he does it in the style of like how he did Ed Wood.
Yeah,
because Ed Wood is a great movie.
That'd be good.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, that's like a classic. And they did a remake with Daryl Hannah like sometime in the 90s.
I think I've seen that.
I see that.
It was on TV, right? It was made for TV?
Yeah.
I love this.
There's even a picture on there with Tim Burton next to the poster.
Good Lord.
Down in the lower left-hand corner. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the power line is just like a Godzilla movie. I love that. Yeah, there's the Tim Burton thing.
Yeah, awesome. So that'll be cool. But it's like one of those classic movies.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the movies I've heard about all the time, but I've never. And I think because I know, like me, you and Abby watched the 50s movies. I think you guys had already watched that.
We had already watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the time I was late to that party, so.
Yeah. I'll have to watch it, especially if it's going to be remade, because I'm going to want to have the classic reference to compare.
And it's 66 minutes long. That's how long it is. It's an hour and 6 minutes.
That's the nice thing about a lot of those 50s movies.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to like waste a lot of time on it. Even if you're like wishy-washy on it, you're like, what's an hour? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's not a lot of time at all. I watch worse movies that are longer than that.
Well, I was gonna say, like most of those indie movies, and they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but some of them are. And
Yeah, it
they're
depends.
usually an hour, 30 minutes, something like that, hour 40.
Yeah. I like them when they're about an hour 20.
That's a nice runtime.
Yeah, and I don't mind if somebody has the good sense to make a short film, because sometimes you just don't have an idea that you can develop into like a full length feature, or you just don't have enough money to do it right. So they're like, okay, we're gonna amend the size of the story and make it a short film. So
That makes
sometimes
sense.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah, hell yeah, I'd watch an hour 6-minute movie.
I mean, it's like, especially when it's like something like culturally significant. Like we've all seen the poster and heard about the thing.
Mhm.
You can watch it in an hour. It's like me.
Yeah,
Probably find it on YouTube for free.
probably. It's like, is it better or worse than Teenagers from Outer Space? You know what I mean?
Better.
Okay.
Had to think about it, but he was like, better.
Well,
I did
then
have to think about it, but
Yeah.
better.
Well, then I'm in, because I could totally handle that one. All right.
Yeah, I mean, they're both about horny aliens. So would you rather have horny aliens that are 50 foot tall or horny aliens that are human size? I'd rather the 50-foot ones.
Yeah. And they zap people and they immediately turn into skeletons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Well, I guess I'll throw out the obvious one that I was gonna do, because that's the name that I made it. I'm gonna throw out the OG Ghostbusters, just because that was such an influential movie of my childhood. You talk about something like, that's one of the few movies that I saw like multiple times in the theater. You know what I mean? With my parents. It's like they didn't just like drop us kids off at the theater and buy us the tickets and go watch a movie. We'll pick you up when it's over. We actually saw it together, like at least twice in the theater. And it's a really great movie. And
It is a great movie.
I like the inventiveness of basically taking a marshmallow man, or he basically look like the Michelin Man, and making him the size of Godzilla, and how great this looked. Now I know they did like some green screen stuff or blue screen or whatever.
What did you do, Ray?
Oh, shit.
I couldn't help it.
The traveler has come.
We used to roast marshmallows by the fire at Camp Oconda.
Sorry.
That's fine. I love it. It makes me want to go back and watch it again. What an
Like, empty your mind. Empty your mind.
The choice
The
is
traveler,
made.
the choice is made. I didn't think of anything.
No, wait a minute.
Did you think of anything?
No,
I didn't think of anything.
I didn't think of anything.
Ray? I tried to think.
What? What did you think?
Such a good scene.
What a great movie.
And it's like, I really feel like that was what brought that movie to a great conclusion. I mean,
Mhm.
that was a great build up, and then we got a really great, monster at the end. That wasn't even like the main,
It wasn't the main baddie.
enemy. Yeah, it wasn't who they were
Right,
really
right.
fighting. They just had to like
Well, it was.
keep
It
it
was
away.
Gozer, right? Wasn't it Gozer?
Yeah, it was Gozer, but Gozer brought the Traveler, which was Stay Puft.
Yeah.
And that, I feel, was the biggest problem with Afterlife. And I don't mind Afterlife, but
Mhm.
they made such a big deal out of Gozer. But Gozer's fine, but Gozer wasn't what cemented the ending of Ghostbusters. It was that fucking Marshmallow Man.
Yeah. And I feel like didn't they do basically miniatures
But
Yeah,
to make that happen?
that was Gozer. Gozer, they always had
No.
to pick the form. Oh,
Gozer is the dark-haired
Oh, the
David
bubble
Bowie.
lady.
Yeah.
Okay. So then who was the no,
Who was
are you
what?
sure?
Yes.
Well, then what was who were they picking the form of? Because that's
The form of the
It was
Traveler.
Zool. It was Zool.
No, Zool was Dana.
Well, then who was the
The
Stay Puft?
Traveler was the Stay Puft Marshmallow.
No. The bubble lady and Stay Puft were the same thing.
No, they weren't.
Yeah,
No, they were not.
I'm looking up
Choose the form
of
of the constructor or of the destructor.
He's the physical manifestation and form of the apocalyptic Sumerian deity Gozer.
Nah. What's that? Wikipedia?
Yeah.
And it's true.
Abby says, no, they weren't.
Of course she said that.
Gozer was Bubble Lady. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're
and then she gets zapped. Remember, she gets zapped and disappears. And then the voice says, pick the form. And then it turns into the Stay Puft
Okay,
person.
fine. I'll give it to you.
You should, because I'm right.
Yeah, you probably are.
I never gave it that much thought, which is why I didn't chime in on that.
Which is why we do these.
Yes, exactly. I was waiting to see how this was decided. And the choice is made.
Actually, it's funny. I've seen this movie, 50-Foot Woman Invest in a Wetsuit. Oh my God.
Owen! I'm surprised. Shocked.
No, I'm raw dogging that.
I got so hungry talking about some of the foods you guys were bringing up that I ordered a fucking pizza.
Oh, wow.
God bless. I can't do that where I am.
I called the elite special forces and told them to go get me some chicken fingers. I want fresh, harvested, wild chicken
Gotta
fingers.
pay extra for that.
Off a wyvern.
Oh, wyvern.
I was talking with
Where
Paul
did you guys do that watch along? Was it with Dead and Lovely?
No, it was with oh Jesus, Jack of all graves.
Yes.
They did that watch along. Yeah.
I would have loved to do that one. That would have been fun. Because I love that movie and I've seen it in a long time.
So because I was trying to think it too. I'm like, Dead and Lovely would never do Rain of Fire.
No, they wouldn't.
Why?
They wouldn't.
They pick movies that you can get, kind of like what we do, like get them off of YouTube without ads.
Cheapy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Free, no ads. That's usually the criteria to pick a movie.
God bless. That's awesome.
Yeah,
everyone can go watch it then.
Yeah, that way everybody can be included, except for when they're watching Joe Bob. Then you have to have a Shudder subscription.
Oh, they do that.
They do that. Yeah.
Oh, that kind of.
That's how they got started, though. I think, if I remember right.
That's possible.
Watching Joe Bob is fun, though.
It's
like a little event, and
it can be.
They did Living Dead of Manchester Morgue and Day of the Dead, and I watched that one, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
A lot of the time now with Joe Bob, though, I just don't care.
I don't like his the girl he talks to. What's her name? Darcy.
Darcy.
And and I know that she is like instrumental in like bringing him back.
Oh yeah,
and all that stuff. But like every time, it always just feels so phony to me. Like it almost feels like there's a laugh track. Like like old Joe Bob, like he'd be talking and the crew would kind of laugh, and it felt very organic. Because you were laughing too.
Old Joe Bob would only talk for about 5 or 10 minutes every
now.
Now
It'll be like
now it's like
Darcy will say something stupid like, "Oh, Joe Bob, you're so fucking old," and the crew behind him are like, "Oh, way to go, fucking comedy."
Yeah. I mean, maybe her screen presence isn't amazing, but she does just a lot of super cool things. And one of the things I like the
double
best
anal.
About her, well, probably, but
I've seen the movie.
Like the things that
she's a porn star, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't hide that.
Yeah.
No, well, I didn't know it for a long time because she doesn't like promote that on Joe Bob. But
No,
It's kind of a weird place to promote it.
Yeah, I like her. I like her better in things outside of Joe Bob. She does like a bunch of like indie movies and stuff like that.
Oh, does
so
she?
she ends up,
Yeah.
she ends up in horror films.
And I've
Yeah,
heard
she was
she's
in both those Friday 13th movies.
I've heard she's a sweetheart too. And that,
Yeah,
you
she
know,
was
that's
in
cool.
Vengeance and Vengeance 2.
Those I attest to this day. Those should, if they ever found a way to just like if they get the rights going again, you've got 2 movies right there that you could fucking just drop, and nobody would bat an eye.
Yeah, I love those movies. I think they're
I'll be right
great.
back.
Okay,
Adam's Pizza's here.
that's probably it. Yeah. No, totally. I agree. And she had a great kill in the original Vengeance, and then of course in Vengeance 2 they just had her dead body laying on the
But
slab.
she still came back for that. So I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, she came back for that, and she's done other stuff. I saw her in one of those son of a bitch, one of those Evil Bong movies. I can't remember which one it was. If it was like 7 or 8. I think it was 8, like the last one. I think she was in that. She was good in that. I liked her.
Yeah.
That was the one at the restaurant.
I find a lot of people give her a hard time because she is like, she looks the way she looks, so they just assume, she's obviously an actress who's just doing this, because she's on Joe Bob. But no, like, she's a huge fan of the genre.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. And she has like a million cosplays. But yeah,
I just don't think she's very good on the show.
I like her on the show. Joe Bob is honestly the one. I don't know what's happened to him lately, but like his rants used to be a lot more entertaining.
He's old. He's like 70 something, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what it all boils down to.
Yeah, he doesn't have the same energy that he used to when he delivers his rants.
Did you get a pizza that fast?
No, it's not a pizza. I thought I heard a noise. I guess it was like a bear or something, but it wasn't a pizza person. So I just made sure that the light was on.
Okay.
No pizza yet. I'll let you know. The pizza should be here in about 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
No.
So we were talking Ghostbusters.
We were. Yeah. And I liked the effects on that, and the fact that most of it was done with miniatures. I've always been a huge fan of miniatures, especially when they're done well. Because I mean, there's just nothing that quite looks like that. You've got like incredibly like talented artists putting the detail in and getting the scale right, and they're really focused on the lighting and the way it looks. And of course there were certain scenes where they couldn't do that. Especially when the Marshmallow Man's face is like close up to where they are. They had to like basically blue screen it or whatever. And it's just, I don't know. I just love that look. I mean, that's just one of those classic things that I think is amazing. Even when it looks bad, I like to see it. For example, like Puppet Master, when they showed like the what is that, the hotel like on the cliff top, it's clearly a miniature.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I still love it. I think it's great. I love to see it every time.
One of the coolest things, like you're talking about the miniatures and everything, like I said, I fucking love Ghostbusters. I was actually talking with Paul on Facebook about this, and this was one of the few things me and him agreed on. To me, Ghostbusters is one of the closest examples you can get of a perfect movie. I just think everything about it works, and right down to, like you said, the miniatures. In one scene, Stay Puft does some damage that knocks a fire hydrant out of place, and the water shoots up. It's not water because, and they explained it. They said when you're dealing with miniatures, you can't use water because it never looks right.
Yeah.
So it's actually a miniature fire hydrant, and they're shooting sand into the air.
Oh,
nice.
And that's what looks like spraying water when you're dealing with miniatures.
Wow.
And just stuff like that. That's really cool. Like,
it is really
I
cool.
didn't know that. That is really cool.
I mean, I agree. Ghostbusters is a perfect movie.
Yeah, it's as close as you can get. I mean, I can't really say that I can think of anything that's, you know, a perfect movie.
What makes it a
but
perfect movie is though is that it keeps surprising you. Like everything
yeah,
that you would, and that's what the newer ones don't understand. Is like
mhm,
the reason that Ghostbusters was so great was like you didn't know where the story was going, and it constantly surprised you with the stuff that was happening,
mhm.
and you know, just kept ramping up, ramping up, ramping up, ramping up. It's very much just it's comedy characters dropped into a supernatural movie,
Yeah,
and so all the supernatural stuff, horror stuff, is taken seriously,
mhm.
but the characters aren't,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
right.
just, you know, they just don't. It's a hard thing. It was lightning in a bottle, which is
Mm.
why a
Mhm.
franchise was never going to work.
Right.
No, and I
Especially outs. I mean, the first movie is just about guys starting a business. That's the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, really.
That's the movie.
Yeah, they found a niche market.
Yeah.
capitalism.
That's
And
right.
then like it
Right.
suddenly it's turned into this sentimental
Mhm.
Stranger
Yeah.
Things experience. And it's just like, no.
Yeah, if
It's
it
not
hadn't been
Ghostbusters.
ghosts, if it hadn't been ghosts, they would have developed the sham wow.
Yeah.
or the slap chop. But you
So,
know, I agree like with everything Adam just said. And I am a defender of this franchise. I even the ones I'm not a huge fan of, I don't feel there's ever been a bad Ghostbusters movie. But if it had just stopped with the first one,
Yeah.
I'd have
That's
been
what
fine.
it should have done.
Yeah.
But I'll always go
They
with
probably should have, yeah.
I'll always go with part 2 next, just because you still got Bill Murray in his prime. You got Dan Aykroyd in his prime.
yeah.
Like was it like a great movie? No. I still think it's better than every other movie that's come after it.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. It's but I like I've said this in writing, but not verbally. It's like one of those movies where like it still feels like the first one, you know, like Jaws and Jaws 2.
Mhm.
Like
Mm.
you still have like Jaws 2 still has that Jaws feeling. Even though it's a much inferior movie, it still has that Jaws feeling. Um Ghostbusters 2 still has that Ghostbusters feeling, even though it's not
Yeah.
nearly as funny. Um, the ghosts aren't nearly as cool.
Yeah.
The set pieces aren't nearly as awesome, but it still has that Ghostbusters feeling. Plus, Rick Moranis is in it, and
Yeah, definitely.
I miss
Rick
him.
Moranis is fucking awesome.
Yeah. And he tries to bang the receptionist.
I think he succeeds.
I actually think
You might be right.
this is turning into a Ghostbusters,
Yeah.
but I think his relationship with Janine is like the most organic thing. Like she tried to get with Egon, that didn't fucking work because he likes to fuck mold. And then she went with the
I prefer
horny
spores,
guy
mold, and fungus.
because more like he was always trying to get with Sigourney Weaver. So
Yeah.
it just makes
Yeah.
sense that those two characters would get together.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it kind of does. It kind of does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know I said this before, but I'll say it again. It has my favorite dad joke of any movie I've ever seen. And that's
Epididymis?
when what's that?
Epididymis?
No. When Sigourney Weaver is talking about Oscars, she says it's time to put the baby down. And he goes,
Oh, yeah.
"Oh, I got it." And he's like, "You're short, your belly button sticks out too far, and you're a terrible burden on your poor mother."
And
Kid Ryan didn't get that joke. Adult Ryan did.
and that was totally ad-libbed.
Yeah, I it had to be. That's what I liked about it so much. Yeah, I had always suspected that was not in the script.
Now, if you have Bill Murray in your movie, he's not going to just read from your script. Although I think that's what he does now, which is why it's kind of sad.
Sure.
But he's an
Agreed.
old man now, so
Yep. Wonderful. All right. Well, I guess we can move on from Ghostbusters. Since we never really got a Ghostbusters 3, we had that huge gap in the franchise. I don't know why either. That was one of those things that always upset me. I was like, why didn't we
They
get?
couldn't get
a
everybody
third
back. They couldn't get
Yeah.
everybody back.
I read a lot about it, and it was basically Bill Murray was always holding it up.
There is a Ghostbusters 3.
It's the game.
Okay.
If you play the game.
Okay.
And it has so many callbacks to the first movie. All the actors return.
Yeah. But
if you play video games, it's a fucking amazing game. Like the mechanics of using the proton packs. It just
I've seen clips on
I played it
YouTube and
time and
watched
time and time again. That is one game I will throw on. Takes about maybe 10 hours to beat, and I will waste a whole day replaying it over and over again.
Nice.
But it was Bill Murray. He kept on passing on the script. And,
I gotcha.
Like they all wanted to do it, and it just sucks because years later, when Harold Ramis is dead, he's finally like, okay, let's do one. And it just sucks. Like he could have done one 20 years earlier.
Oh yeah, totally.
Well, his biggest beef was with Harold Ramis.
Yeah, well, they had a huge. I'm sorry, this is turning into a different. They had a huge falling out after they made Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just about the direction of that movie.
Really?
Bill Murray wanted to play it much darker. He wanted it to be almost like a tragedy towards the end, not a comedy.
Wow.
And Harold Ramis was like, just no, that's not what we're doing. We're here to make a comedy. And they butted heads, and it kind of like fractured their friendship to the point where he kept refusing these Ghostbusters scripts.
They did reconcile just before Harold Ramis passed away.
Yeah.
Oh.
But anyway, this isn't a Ghostbusters chat. We just got into it.
But
Sorry.
Could be something that happens in the future.
Yeah.
I'll never say never.
That one will get about halfway through before everybody starts yelling at me. But anyway, let's move on. I guess it's my turn.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with the only other deep cut I've had, but I'm sure, I swear you guys must have seen this movie. I'm going with The Dungeon Master from 1984. Fuck a duck. Okay. So The Dungeon Master is a Chucky Band production. It's about a computer nerd whose girlfriend gets sucked into another dimension. And it's run by basically like this demon, this hell lord, who happens to be played by Richard Mole. And he's fucking amazing in it. Moose. Is it from Night Court? Yeah, Moose. Bull from Night Court.
Okay.
You've seen a lot of good stuff with that guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
he
I was
was.
gonna like, I saw some blank faces going, you guys have fucking seen Night Court, right?
No, I know who that guy is.
But
I
Court.
would say his name if I could just remember it.
the tall guy with the bald head.
Yeah, that guy.
But this movie's interesting in that it was actually like 3 separate segments shot by different directors, and they did a wraparound. It was basically like an anthology flick, but they didn't make it an anthology flick. They made it like a full-length movie. One of the segments, though, he fights basically a giant stone golem, and has to use his computer friend that he has on his wrist to zap a gem on its head. It's fantastic. This
sounds like an acid trip so far.
Okay, so to add to what Adam just said, there is literally a segment, and Clint, you'll appreciate this, where he winds up fighting at a concert that is being played by Wasp.
Okay. My scream until you like it, guys.
They actually, and obviously they got Wasp, and Wasp performs a song in the movie.
Okay.
This movie is absolutely insane. If you can check the unrated cut because it's got some boobies.
Okay.
But it's just like there's undead monsters, there's giant stone golems. This movie goes all over the place.
I bet you Mike's seen it.
I bet you he has.
Yeah. That sounds
I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know if you guys have seen that meme or that the one where the guy's like, "I reject your reality and substitute my own."
Okay,
But that's from this movie.
nice.
Okay.
You know who else adopted that phrase? Adam from the Mythbusters.
Yes, he got it from this movie.
Yeah. 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 He's like, I reject your reality and substitute my own.
This movie is a hoot, and I don't hear it getting talked about enough. It's got
When was it made? 82?
84. It's got some horror elements. It's got fantasy elements.
I'll totally check it. If you want to do a watch along one night, let's do it.
Yeah,
It's
hell
on the
yeah, I'll do
server.
it.
Yeah, it's on the server. I checked. Wait, no, I didn't check.
Fantasy movies are few and far, like good ones are few and far between. I
Right.
would totally check that out.
No, it's definitely a good time. I thought at least one of you would have seen it. So like we can jump to Adam's next one, but it's definitely worth a watch.
Okay.
Just checking if it's on the server.
That was what I was
It
doing.
is. It's on the server. Fantastic.
Okay, cool.
All right. I do have a good one.
Okay.
Along the same way, fantasy also. From 1981, Clash of the Titans.
Get out. I was going to bring that one up.
Now, this movie,
What a
fucking
cool movie.
roll.
I own this movie on DVD. I have never seen it. I've only ever seen the remake.
Really? Oh, you need to watch that. There is so much cool claymation in this movie.
I broke Adam. Or did he freeze?
No,
Oh, he's there.
that was stunned silence. That's what that was. Out of everything you've watched, you've not seen this.
I own it. I have yet to see it. It was in the $5 bin at Walmart. I have a sickness.
It's a
Yeah.
fucking fantastic film. I think
Yes,
it's
I
the last.
urge you. Yes,
I think it's the
definitely watch.
last Ray Harryhausen film ever. I think it's the last one.
Yeah, because this came out after Jason and the Argonauts, right?
Yes, yeah, this was 81.
Okay.
And the Kraken. Well, first of all,
I loved Medusa. That was one of my
everything
favorite
like Pegasus, the guy that turns into a furry and has a fork hand.
Mm.
Yeah, but Medusa was one of the scariest things.
Yeah.
And it's like it's the greatest depiction of a Gorgon or a Medusa, like in film.
Yeah.
That whole scene, and he's got the shield, and he's using it to like because he can't look her directly in the
Right.
eyes, and she's got poisonous blood. It's just fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
The Kraken, it's called the Kraken, and now when we usually think of the Kraken, you think of like a giant squid or something.
Mhm.
But here he's like this giant troll thing, reptilian,
Yeah.
or amphibian monster.
Yeah.
And
More like a meth head. So it's the methan.
yeah, but like it's like
But they call
it's
it
such a rewarding thing because like I'm not like an expert in Greek mythology, so I don't know. But what he has to do to like get the weapons to be able to fight that thing. And when he finally has everything, and he finally, when he's holding up the head of Medusa and that Kraken turns to stone. Like that's fucking when I was a kid and I saw that, I was like,
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
It was.
Yeah. Changes.
I keep-
it was fucking crazy.
I keep
Awesome
meaning
movie.
to watch the original. Like I actually enjoyed the remake. So I did want to watch the original, but it just
We
kinda-
need. I mean,
Yeah.
Scratch what I said before. I mean, I'll still watch Dragon Master
Dungeon
or
Master.
Dungeon Master. We need to watch Clash of the Titans, bud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'm in for that too.
What? It's just a great movie. And that little robot owl. You remember that
Like-
little owl?
Yeah, I do like that nod in the remake where somebody wants to take the owl and he's like,
Yeah.
no, we're not doing that. That
Right.
But yeah, no,
Like-
I'm down for that. Like I do enjoy, like I've always loved Harryhausen stop motion. Like we watched Sinbad, stuff like that. I'm a sucker for stop motion. I absolutely love it. And Harryhausen is top of the game.
Yeah.
So
Look at this
I'm always
shit.
down for anything that's in his.
It's just movie magic. It's just one of those things. It just makes you forget reality. Mike!
Mike! I think
Mike.
I see two
I don't
glowing
know how
eyes.
good my service is.
Yeah. You're like
That's me.
Mothman.
It's like more mysterious this way.
Yeah.
Yes,
I heard
it
you
is
talking
mysterious.
about-
What's up, bud?
I heard you talking about Clash of the Titans. And
Yeah,
Ryan,
but
what the
I brought that one up.
What
What
did
did
he say?
fuck? What
He
the
said,
fuck?
Ryan, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What?
dude. Yeah, why you haven't seen it?
Oh, because I haven't seen it. Fuck, man.
It's like a masterpiece. It's classic. Harry
Jesus
Hamlin.
Christ.
Don't worry, Mike. He's seen the remake.
The remake was good.
No.
You watched that the same time you watched the Fly remake?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm with you. I loved Clash of the Titans. That was one of my main movies growing up. I love that shit.
I saw that in the movies as a kid, and it was like a constant rewatch for me. I still rewatch it. I love it.
Yeah. No, I did too. I'll watch that over the fucking remake. That's for sure. Fuck. Whoa.
I guess his service wasn't very good. He'll probably hop back on. But
That's hilarious. He came on.
yeah.
Chris Ryan hadn't seen it. That's funny.
Yeah, he must be on his way home from Long Island. So yeah. He's like, I gotta hop on. Fucking Ryan. How's he not seen it? What the fuck? That's perfect.
It is.
Yeah. Ryan left because he was tired of getting a third degree from Mike.
He'll be back. He's gonna take a good Canadian piss.
Yeah. Did you get your pizza yet?
No, I'm tracking it.
Oh.
You know how you track your food on the thing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's like, no, anywhere. It's gonna be stone cold by the time it comes here. But whatever.
Yeah. He
Cold
pulled over
pizza. A cold pizza. Well,
to- Oh, Ryan's like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
cold pizza. A cold pizza is better than no pizza.
That-
Well, it's
that's
just me and you now, Clint. What
That's
do we
right.
want to talk about?
Well, yeah, you'll get your pizza, find out there's like a slice missing.
Yeah.
The
Little
driver got
McPacker.
hungry on the way over. Pulled over the side of the road to
That
smoke.
happened to me before.
Oh, really?
Well, I ordered Taco Bell one night.
Okay.
It was like 4 a.m. It was like late. It was after a hangout, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
And the guy called me and he was like, listen, I didn't eat your food. Like the driver called me because, you know, you can like see
Yeah.
each other's information.
Uh-huh.
I was like, what are you talking about? And I was drunk as fuck. He was like, yeah, I didn't eat it. That's how it was in the bag. So you can't report me. And I was like, what are you talking about? Anyway, he ended up going back to the Taco Bell and like getting me like 2 tacos. And I had spent like $30 on this meal that he clearly ate. And then he brought it to my house and he was like, I'm gonna just drop it off. And I was like, no, I want to talk to you. And he opened up the door and I opened up the door and he was
Okay.
like this. He was so emaciatedly skinny.
Oh,
And I was
man.
like, oh, dude, you're like on drugs or something. You're fucking starving. So you ate my food. So I was like, all right, dude, cool. Give me my 2 tacos. And I never even reported him, although I probably should have.
Oh, that sucks.
So, Mike, Clash of the Titans.
Where's Ryan? Did we upset him?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
He just dropped out. I don't know what happened. He'll
He
probably
started
be back.
crying.
The
Yeah.
hell with you and Clash of the Titans? I'm going.
Something like that.
You remember Medusa in that movie, Mike?
He left so he could go watch the original.
Do you remember what?
Medusa.
Yeah, she was like one of the best parts. She was, when you were a kid, she was scary.
Yeah. Because she didn't just have her ability to turn you to stone with like her glowing eyes and shit. She also like she was an archer.
She was like
She was
Hawkeye.
an archer, and she had like xenomorph blood. Like her blood like would melt you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And how cool it was when he stabbed the head and the blood drops turned into those big scorpions.
Yeah, dude, that was amazing.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
That movie is fantastic.
Yeah.
Definitely one of my favorites growing up.
And they portray all the Greek gods. It's like total douches.
Yo, yeah.
Like big time
like
assholes. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and like if you read any like of those, if you're in any of those like Greek myth stuff, like they were all the gods were like narcissistic assholes.
Oh yeah, big time.
Complete dicks.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
And like Zeus had no problem, like even what's her name's son made him into that demon, but like Perseus he friggin' treated like was
Like gold.
Forget about.
Yeah. And the other one he turned into like a furry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even that guy, like the effects on that guy was great.
Oh yeah, the whole, everything looked awesome in that movie.
No, it was movie magic. Like they don't make movies don't make you feel like that anymore. Like every time you
100%.
walked into a theater back then, like you came out a different person almost. Like
Yeah,
it was
like,
profound.
I remember watching that in the theater, and that, I mean, even when it was, because at that time we had HBO and like it was always on, I was constantly watching that movie, and it's visually like amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Did your Bush internet give out?
We thought.
No,
I upset.
No. I
We thought it was
moving
like
stuff and
We
accidentally
thought it
knocked
was
out
like a Fly remake situation. And you
No,
just,
I was
like, had to
moving some
fucking
stuff and
sign
I
out.
knocked out my internet cable, so I'm using my phone's internet until it fucking boots up again. I just want to
Oh,
say, like,
wow.
I found my copy of Clash of the Titans.
Nice.
Dude,
I also found my copy of Reign of Fire.
what day is it? It's Saturday. Let's watch it tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
You guys want to watch Clash of the Titans tomorrow night?
I'll watch it.
Mike?
What are we watching?
Clash of the Titans tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm in.
All right, cool. Let's do it.
I'm definitely in.
Sounds good to me. I bet that one's on the server.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I can watch my DVD copy in high definition 480p.
And how long have you owned this? That you've never watched?
Fuck, like years.
Is it like a wine cellar? Are you waiting for them to come to a peak year before you watch them?
Oh, it's even got a conversation with Ray Harryhausen.
I lost.
Surprised I
Wow.
never checked this out.
I mean, I'm impressed that you bought it.
It's got Medusa on the back.
How about that? Medusa's
Dude,
fucking
like, I guarantee
terrifying.
there's at least like 40 of these back here that. And this
That's
is
awesome. You just have
this-
unopened
this
movies.
is
that
all
you've never
just
seen.
part of it. There's so many
You
more
own
over
it.
there.
You haven't seen
Yeah.
it.
I got ones I haven't even opened yet.
That one you didn't open.
No, I opened it.
Mhm.
Just never watched it.
All right. Well, who's up?
Hold on. Let me rearrange because I don't remember. I think it was like this.
It's Mike.
So
Mike's
No,
up.
who did? Yeah, you did Clash of the Titans.
I did.
Yeah. I'm not even sure Mike's still there. I can't even hear him anymore.
Mike,
Mike,
are you
can you hear us?
frozen? Are you still there?
I think he's frozen.
No, he's not moving.
I think
Mike's gone.
his feed's gonna drop out.
That means it's Clint.
Where to go? Where to go? All right, I'll stay kind of current. Last 30 years.
You know what the fun thing about this is? I could literally talk about this for 4 days.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, like this could have been like
Stop.
you could have like put up like a fund or something. That we
Give
were
me a piss bucket.
raising
I'm-
money for orphans or something. Because me and Adam could have just if I could go.
I actually really like this movie. I'm gonna throw out Starship Troopers. Those bugs were freaking huge, and
No,
I
and
own that too.
I agree that that matters.
Let's see if I can find it.
Like that counts, I guess. Is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a big bug.
Because
Yeah.
the category isn't kaiju; it's giant monsters,
right,
and that's the distinction there.
yeah.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, and yeah. The funny thing is, even I like the fact that they're bugs in this, and and you hear that in so many like movies that basically take place in space, and other planets and things like that. Like even in Aliens, they're like, is this a stand-up fight or is this another bug hunt? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Bug Hunt. Yeah,
Yeah. So like it's been theorized for a long time that more than likely if life existed on other planets, that they would be like in the form of bugs. You know what I mean? Like more likely they'd be like insect in nature.
right.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
No,
so-
I see that. I can
Yep.
get down with that.
Yeah. Mike says he keeps getting knocked off. I'm home in about 20 minutes. I'll get on if you guys are still on. So I'm
Cool.
gonna tell him. Sounds great.
Sounds great to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this movie. And Michael Ironside is probably one of my favorite voice actors of all time, and he's been in so
he's
many things that I've liked.
gravelly voice. Yeah,
Yeah. And it's just like the one line in the movie that I remember is this: "They sucked his brain out."
Oh yeah. Well, didn't he? He had lost a leg. He had lost an arm.
Yeah.
Like he was all fucked up.
Yeah.
Like so he was like a veteran of the war. In that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, also like great special effects. Like that was a '90s movie, right?
I think so. It's been a while since
I didn't watch it that long ago, and like the effects don't take you out of the movie. Like it's
No.
still, I mean, they're still very good.
Yeah, 97.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's especially like that giant brain bug at the end.
Yeah. That one was really cool. Where it just like stabs people in the top of the head and sucks their brain out. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
and
awesome.
absorbs their intelligence.
Yeah.
But it's got all that like RoboCop like satire.
Yeah.
Because it's from the same Verhoeven, right? Peter Verhoeven. So like all the and it's all those very like fascist commercials, like join the war, and it's all like military propaganda,
Right.
which nobody
That's true.
understood at the time.
No.
Did you get that at the time, Ryan? That like what are we talking about? Starship Troopers. Did you get that like fascist propaganda the first time you watched it, or did you not realize it a year later?
No. When did this come out?
97.
97.
I was 14. Boobies.
That's right.
Yeah, there were way too many boobies to be worried about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would have said the same thing at 24. 24 boobies.
I said the same
We're
thing.
simple creatures.
Well, you get intelligent for a little while, then you revert back. So, like maybe 34, you're like, oh yeah, I totally got that. 44.
No, I just watched
boobies.
it like a couple months ago. Boobies. And then of course you read something about it on YouTube on the internet, and you're like, yes, fascism.
How did I do
Boobies. Butts.
Yeah.
boobies and butts?
Fascism. Boobies.
Verhoeven.
Yep. Paul Verhoeven. You know what? I like most things that Paul Verhoeven has done.
I like most
I like
things.
most things.
I thought you were going to end the sentence there.
Yeah, most things.
I can't think of.
I love Most things.
I mean,
Green
even
beans.
Total Recall. Total Recall was awesome.
Total Recall.
Oh, Total Recall. Yeah.
I've never seen Basic Instinct. I've never seen that.
Oh,
I always forget that he did
Yeah.
those ones.
that was okay.
But he went through his awesome sci-fi phase, and then he went through his
Hollow Man.
pornographic phase.
Mm.
Hollow Man was okay.
Sometimes the two like overlapped,
Yeah.
which is why you had the 3-breasted woman in Total Recall.
Boobies.
Yeah.
Hollow Man is probably his worst movie.
Yeah, it's not
Really?
great.
Worst movie.
Showgirls was at least entertaining.
Oh fuck.
I appreciate the chicken.
What are you talking about? It's a weird thing to say.
Just felt like I
Weird.
needed to say it.
As if anyone was even.
Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, sorry, I
Oh,
missed the
yeah.
whole conversation on Starship Troopers. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Caspar Van Dien is
Okay.
terrible.
Take that back. I like some of his movies.
No, he's bad. But you know what? Simultaneously, he would have been a great Captain America.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he would have. But he would have played it better, but not realizing he was making a mockery.
Right. Which would have been
Of-
good.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have been better for like U.S. agent.
Mm. That
Maybe.
actually leads into my next pick. Because
Superhero
I was going to bring up Captain America Civil War.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
Because
remember
that's the
that
movie
much.
where Ant-Man goes super large.
Gotcha.
And we
Okay.
get his pizza better be there. There's no fucking way he walked out on Captain America. That's a good movie.
It's a good movie. It's not a monster.
He's as much as a monster as the 50-foot woman is.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
I mean, at least he looks like a monster.
Or the Stay Puffed Marshmallow.
Well, and we're not horror. It's not like specifically horror. So.
That's right. It's not specifically horror.
It was the whole scene was designed as a surprise too. Like you weren't supposed to know that Ant-Man could do that.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, this is like the only chance we're going to be able to get the MCU into one of these conversations. And I'm going to
This
say,
could turn
like,
into a 4-hour thing. Like we just talked about Ghostbusters for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. That's Paul. Hey, Paul.
hey, Paul.
Come on in.
Yeah, come on.
We're talking
Yeah.
about giant monsters. Come in the chat.
Shoot the shit. I feel you might know a thing or two about that.
You might have seen one or two. Anyway,
I think Clint said I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the MCU, but I
you must
do
have got a pizza too.
like.
I
don't
used
we
to
never
be.
talk about these. Yeah.
No, we never talk about mainstream stuff. Well, I'll just say this. And then you left.
I'm still here.
Okay. The MCU in its heyday, when it first started, it was a big deal to me. I really enjoyed it. Like these lesser known heroes getting like live action, like the original Iron Man, fucking awesome.
Mhm.
I actually like the Hulk,
Yeah, but they were Norton.
Edward Norton, yeah. Actually, me and Paul, I remember there was a day like they were both in the theater at the same time. We saw them back to back, and it was awesome. It was great. And those were cool. I wasn't so much a big fan of the Thor films, but I got excited when he was introduced to the universe just because
Oh,
it was
shit.
like,
Paul.
oh,
hey.
hey,
Hey, what's up,
Hey!
guys? Gentlemen,
All right. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
We're
Good.
talking exactly what you think we'd be talking about in a giant monster hangout. We're talking about the MCU.
Huh. What are you doing,
Right.
Galactus?
Right, Ryan might have fucked up. No, you'd think I would, but no.
yeah. He brought up Ant-Man turning giant. Which in the comics, I think he's called Giant Man when he does that.
Yeah. I wouldn't know.
It was basically just an excuse to bring up the MCU because it's something we don't talk about superhero movies. So
Went from Ant-Man to Ant-Eater Man.
I think Ant-Eater Man would make everyone uncomfortable.
But when did the MCU go to shit, Paul? Like I was telling them, like we saw Iron Man and the Hulk back to back, and that was fucking glorious. Like
It was.
we loved every minute of it.
I want to say
it
the
was
second
after the first
Avengers movie
Avengers
was
movie.
where it really went downhill for me.
Like I even liked the first Avengers movie, and then it just went to shit.
Yeah, I like
Endgame
the
and Infinity
second
War.
Captain America movie a lot.
Yeah, like Robert Redford was in it and stuff.
Yeah. I want to say it was like the Age of Ultron Avengers is where it really got really
Oh
stupid.
shit, you guys dropped out quick.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
I went
Age
back
of
to watch
Ultron's
it again
dumb.
recently.
Just a robot.
Yeah. Then like Captain America Civil War was okay, but like it never got better than like the first couple movies.
Huh. I'm honestly surprised. Like I liked Endgame and Infinity War. I thought were
Oh,
fantastic.
fucking Endgame was trailer the movie. It had more endings than Lord of the Rings.
But
Drove
it was
me crazy.
fun.
It sucked. It was awful. It took me like 3 times to watch it. I hated that fucking movie.
I agree.
Wow.
It took me a really long
happening
time
right
to
now.
watch it.
Like,
Took me
but
a
you
really
like Return of the King, don't you? With like 75
Yeah,
fucking endings.
he loves Lord of the Rings.
I see
Can
what
I
you're saying.
take back the movie I picked? I don't want to talk about the MCU anymore.
Nope.
You guys called me out. I
It's on
showed
the
up.
record. I put it on the ticker.
It's like calling right now. I feel it's like calling Bloody Mary. Like I immediately regret my
Candyman.
decision. I'm just no, but in all seriousness, like I really felt that it was fairly, and this is weird because I'm usually the one who's against the grain. I thought it was pretty common that most people loved the MCU right up until everything post Infinity War.
Nah,
I think a lot of people did. I just, at like that point, it just got to be too many fucking characters that I gave no shits about.
Yeah, I agree.
I did like the Guardians of the Galaxy, the first movie. I did like that one.
I'm honestly shocked.
I
This
think I
has been the
dropped off
biggest.
after.
I mean, we're talking
I've had
about
in a while.
300. How many MCU movies are there? Like fucking 400?
I don't know. I stopped watching after. I haven't watched the last few.
Yeah, it's like, there was a specialness to it at first. It had that supernatural, it had that superhero movie feel, like in the beginning, like when you first saw Superman or you first saw Batman, and then it just didn't. It dissipated. It was dumb, and but anyway.
So glad I brought this up. Adam, what's your next pick?
I'm gonna go with what is surprisingly one of my favorite kaiju movies of all time that never ever gets talked about. I think it's one of the best kaiju movies ever, and it's a Gamera movie, and it's dark as fuck. It's Gamera versus Baragon. Has anyone seen this?
I have.
Unlike a lot of the other Gamera movies that are like really really kid friendly, this one is about like these war buddies that one of them hit it. They saw a gem in a cave during the war, and when they came back from the war, like they all became criminals, but they're still friends. And they go off and they have like alternate identities, and they get on a ship and they go to find this this gem. But they're all cutthroat, and they're all like trying to like backstab each other to like get to the gem. And then, like, you know, at one point, a scorpion goes into like one guy's boot, and the guy sees it, but doesn't like warn him about the fact that he's about to step into a scorpion, like shit like that. It was real dark when I was a kid.
Wow.
And then like Baragon, like nobody could fucking kill him. He looked ridiculous, but nobody could fucking kill him. And like everything they tried just wouldn't fucking. He even beat Gamera's ass, and like they were just like, this is it. He's the end of the world. And like it was just a very like solemn movie. Like, you know, it's almost completely devoid of joy. And I love it.
Sounds fun.
But it is. It's just like it's almost like Shin Godzilla before Shin Godzilla. It's almost what would happen if giant monsters actually that we couldn't destroy actually existed. And then at the end, Gamera unfreezes and beats his ass and everything's okay. But leading up to that, it was very adult and very dark. And one of the darker kaiju movies in that era. And not a lot of people talk about it. And I just felt like I would shed a spotlight.
Well, it's like you said, Gamera kind of gets a back seat to.
Yeah, all the time. And, you know, with good reason, because the budgets for those Gamera movies got chintzier and chintzier as they went along. But this was the movie that was immediately after the first Gamera the Invincible. It was the very first film afterwards.
That's the one that he shoots rainbows, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he does that, and he also has a tongue that freezes everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just it's one of my favorite kaiju movies, like, period. And I've never had an opportunity to talk about it, and I know probably nobody here has seen it. Paul maybe has, but it's
I have.
decades ago, I'm sure.
I think we watched it together. We had a giant monster.
Oh yeah, but I think we passed out.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a great movie. As far as these, it's definitely, in my opinion, the best Gamera movie.
Yeah, that Showa era, I think it might be like.
Maybe, yeah, I guess I should specify, because there are some good ones that they made in the 90s and I think early 2000s.
Yeah.
But as far as that era of the films, that's the best Gamera movie to me. Y'all like Gamera?
I keep meaning to go. Gamera's a blind spot for me. I think I've seen one.
Yeah, same.
Watch this one, Ryan, and then watch Attack on Legion, and I think you'd like that.
Attack on Legion?
Yeah, Attack of Legion.
Of Legion, okay.
Yeah,
I'm always down for more kaiju. I don't know why. Well, I guess it's like Clash of Titans. It's available to me, but for some reason I'm just like, fuck it. Let's watch Sleepaway Camp 2 again.
Yeah, I get it.
I just did that this week.
There you go. See?
Good choice.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think pizza's finally there.
I think it's pizza, yeah. I'm excited to see this pizza.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always enjoyed that about these monster movies, that the humans were almost insignificant at some point in the films. And it's just like two huge like monsters like fighting each other, and like the fate of humanity kind of hangs in the balance of how that's decided.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like the idea. I don't know if that's what makes them interesting or not.
No, Adam went to the bathroom.
Oh.
I heard a
problems
toilet
with my pizza. Having problems with that pizza. Wasn't any good. He flushed it down the toilet.
Well, he said it would be, what, 30 minutes? I swear it's been 30 minutes since he told us that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not metric time.
What the fuck does that mean? This is funny too because I just learned like a week ago that the xenomorph is the door to Adam's bathroom.
Oh,
We heard the toilet flush.
oh, sorry.
No worries.
At least you didn't hear anything else.
The pizza was that bad? You had to flush it?
I haven't gotten it yet.
But it's been a half hour, hasn't it? Where
What
the
did you
fuck is
think it
that
was
pizza?
before? You just didn't. Oh,
I don't. You know what? I never questioned what that door was.
you should have.
Apparently, it's an amazing toilet that's just right behind you. I don't got a toilet behind me. I got a TV. I
Yeah.
can't piss on a TV.
I have
Well, you can.
Skinamarink behind me right now.
Cool.
Paul, what do you got?
So, what are the rules? Am I allowed to bring up
Giant
another
monsters.
Godzilla movie?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I figured I'd start with my favorite Godzilla movie, Godzilla versus Destroyer.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah. God, I love that fucking movie. Burning Godzilla. Destroyer is awesome. I love the little alien-like creatures in the beginning of it. First of all, has anybody seen Godzilla versus Destroyer?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have the death of Godzilla Jr., the death of Godzilla. I mean, it was just an awesome movie. I absolutely adore it.
I can remember as a kid, like this was on the news, the death of Godzilla,
Yeah.
and I
Just just
couldn't watch
like
this
the death
movie.
of Superman was. Remember, like the death of Superman that was like on the news.
Yeah.
It was like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome movie. I love the action in it. I love the monster fights in it.
I mean, Burning Godzilla.
Burning Godzilla is like my favorite Godzilla.
I do like that they went with a mini Godzilla as opposed to like a Minya.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
like-
I love Minya.
Wrong.
I don't.
Wrong. Minya with Wilford Brimley voice is the way to go.
Yeah.
That's what
diabetes.
that's what gives you.
Diabetes.
That's the true voice of Godzilla's son. Teddy Ruxpin.
Jesus.
You hate Minya.
How can you
Minya was Baby Yoda before Baby Yoda.
Yeah, that's 100% what it was. It was Baby Yoda, E.T. It was
Godzilla says I should learn to fight my own battles. Fuck you.
Okay, I'll admit that Godzilla's Revenge is trash, but Son of Godzilla, fucking rad.
Son of
That
Godzilla's
fighter
fucking
thing?
rad. And he didn't talk in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't put like you can't even pretend like Godzilla's Revenge is real. Because
Okay, someone said that Minya should be voiced by Wilford Brimley. Minya fucking looks like Wilford Brimley.
he looks like a California raisin.
He looks
But-
like he had a snout, but someone hit him in the face with a frying pan.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing about Minya was that like he wasn't actually even Godzilla's son. He was just like some monster that Godzilla adopted.
This is a Maury thing again, isn't it?
Maybe like Minya was Godzilla's Peach. He just took him to the trail so that like the trail bait would be like, oh, hey, what's up?
And that donkey noise he makes.
Erky.
The cigarette rings.
Son of Godzilla rolls.
Yeah.
The giant fucking praying mantises, the giant spider.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I fucking hate that face.
You love it.
So great.
Like I said, it looks like he's been hitting the. He looks like E.T. I'll be.
Oh, sorry, it's
right.
Manila.
I'm changing my fucking profile
No,
picture to Minya
it's
tomorrow.
Minya, it's Minya, it's Manila, it's interchangeable.
I got you. He's like, what the fuck?
My existence.
That's gonna be my profile picture for the next 72 hours, Ryan. Just so you have to see it.
Paul's gonna go just comment on everything I say. Just so I have to see that fucking.
Just so you have to see the picture of Minya.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be me
No,
losing my
Godzilla
shit
vs.
on Paul.
Destroyer
Nobody knows why.
is awesome. It's so good. It's my favorite Godzilla movie. Not my favorite Godzilla villain. That's Gigan, but yeah, great monster fights, great special effects. I mean, they really went all out in that one.
I know Godzilla's like ended several times. Destroya did feel like a satisfying. Like if they had never made another movie after Destroya, I do enjoy movies after that, but that felt like a fitting end.
Sign off to the king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The king is dead. His son has been resurrected. Long live the king. Boom. End of your franchise. Good stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, that one's one of them.
It also tied in like the whole oxygen destroyer thing.
Yeah.
That tied into like the first Godzilla. That was clever.
Yeah, whenever they bring up the oxygen destroyer again, it's surprising because it's such a stupid concept, but every time they've brought it up, it works pretty good. Because they brought up the oxygen destroyer again in King of the Monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked.
Well, it didn't kill him.
It pretty much did.
But it severely, yeah.
It would have killed him.
Well, no, it would have taken him hundreds of years to like recuperate. He was like laying there in the bottom of.
Well, my understanding was he was
Atlantis or
just
whatever.
laying there, just waiting to die. But you might be right. It's been a hot minute since I've watched King of the Monsters, so.
Could be.
I did like that, they explained that it didn't work on Ghidorah because Ghidorah wasn't from Earth, so it wouldn't affect him the same way.
Right. Anyway, this pizza is fantastic.
Oh yeah, show us the pizza.
I'm gonna put it down. All right.
No, I want to see it. God damn.
Nice.
Fuck, that looks good.
Sausage party for our sausage party.
Oh, that delicious gluten.
Oh yeah, sorry, Clint.
Whatever.
Whatever.
You can get gluten-free pizza. It
I
tastes
know, it's just not very good.
Yeah, it tastes about as sad as it sounds, but it's technically a pizza. It's round.
Oh yeah. Yep. I've had some of those that were just about as exciting as crispy cardboard.
People keep joking about that, but that is legit exactly what it tastes like.
Yeah, I don't like how crumbly they are.
It tastes like how cardboard smells.
Yeah, there are some good ones out there, but they are very hard to find. Anyhow,
you're up next.
This one is not gluten free. I'm gonna go with Tremors.
Fuck. Okay. God fucking damn it. Okay, I gotta think of another one.
Because I don't know. I always found the creatures to be inventive. They were always, just big enough to be absolutely terrifying. They could, swallow a person whole. They could drag a truck or I'm sorry, station wagon underground. You know what I mean? Yeah. Eat an entire flock of sheep, and somehow not leave a specimen of shit anywhere. And they were very difficult to kill, and they had to come up with interesting ways to draw them out. Fucking cool ass movie. I think one of the best parts about it was they used they gave it kind of like the Jaws treatment, where you didn't see the creature for a great deal of the movie. You would just see little glimpses. And it wasn't until a little bit later we actually saw the whole thing. It's one of those movies where I was like, it's just really well done. And solidified itself in my brain as a really great creature movie.
Oh yeah, it's another one. It's like when we talked about King of the Monsters. Tremors fucking tanked, and all I think about is an alternate timeline where Tremors did amazingly at the box office, and we had a wave of 90s giant creature features.
And we had a wave of like 12 sequels from Tremors. I wish we had like 14 sequels. And we don't.
Okay. Direct to video.
Whoa, we do.
Direct to video. I'm talking about like we could have gotten Mike.
Like that. We're still talking about Clash of the Titans?
No, Adam, but Adam is still shitting on me. So you're basically where we left off. Because apparently me saying I wanted 90s creature features, Adam felt a valid argument was mentioning the fact that there's like 7 of these fucking Tremors movies. It only took 20 years to get all 7 of them. 3 came out in the last 4.
Yeah.
You're right. They all should have come out in the 1 year. It should have been like boom, 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 boom.
Don't forget the TV series.
Eat your pizza.
Ah!
I don't want to talk about my point anymore.
Would you still want to be? Would you still want it to star Michael Gross?
I'm not talking about sequels to Tremors. I'm talking about how we could have gotten a wave of 90s giant creature features, but because Tremors tanked, nobody wanted to touch the subject again.
Oh, I misunderstood.
What? Oh, it was Clint.
Yeah, it's me. Sorry,
I thought Adam was crushing his pizza box.
I haven't eaten it that far.
Like, did you just pound down that whole pizza? But yeah, no, Tremors. Tremors is fucking great. Anyway, my point is gone. Adam, what do you think about Tremors?
Yeah, Tremors. Perfect movie. Did we have a Tremors hangout? Just an all Tremors?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I feel like that happened. Yes.
The first film, like I can't find anything wrong with it. Kevin Bacon is pretty much good in anything he's in. Love that guy, Fred Ward. Good cast, great monster. I don't know, just a great world that they like invented in that, like that desert town, and people have to like hop on desks and stones and rocks to like. It's just a really fun premise, and
yeah.
I think that the first Tremors, I think, deserves that title. Perfect movie.
Yeah.
No fat on that. No fat on that movie.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I figure life's so simple out where they are.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell they got to deal with? What problems do they got to deal with? Well, here's a big fucking
That's boredom, right? Like,
Yeah.
I live in a fucking desert. What am I going to do today?
Yeah. One of the only movies where pole vaulting is a solution.
I can't think of another one.
Chariots of Fire.
Oh, really? Nice. Yeah.
No, I think Tremors is one of those movies that you can put on with like no matter who's in your house and everybody's gonna have a good time.
I'd say that's true.
Yeah.
It's like The Fugitive. It's like one of those movies that's just it's so entertaining. It's awesome.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good correlation. The Tremors is the Fugitive of horror films.
Yeah.
Like anyone can watch.
I don't understand this correlation.
Like anyone can just sit down and watch The Fugitive. Anyone.
Yeah.
Of any age range, and of any really susceptibility to like violence and stuff like that. Because Tremors,
it's not like
not really a lot of gore scenes or anything.
No, there isn't.
no, most of the gore is like what they do to the Tremors, like the weird little graboid tongue where they were
Yeah. Shoot it with a
displaying that.
shotgun.
But it's not like
Yeah.
it's not like gross,
Not gross. Not good.
It's
Yeah,
just like a highly entertaining movie that is fine for any audience.
Flavored garlic sauce.
There you go. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, even the gory stuff with people wasn't that gory. I mean, like, you had what, a head covered by a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
an
mean,
old
that's
Fred,
probably
and
the
you
worst
had
thing I
the
could see.
Like most
and
of
the
the
safety
gore
hat
had to
with a little
do,
bit of brain mush around it.
yeah, like
Right.
most of the gore had to do with the monsters themselves, like when
Right.
they were disposed of, not like people.
Yeah, agreed.
Good pick,
Agreed.
Clint.
Well, thanks.
Look, Clint,
Sorry, I stole it from you.
Well, I saw my Tremors collection while I was looking for Clash of the Titans, and I was like, oh, I'm going to bring that up.
Nice. I just snatched it away from you. All right. Well, now you got to think of something else.
I already
Ready?
got some.
All right.
So I'm going to bring up another. Actually, the only Godzilla movie I brought up so far, I think, was 2014. So I'm actually going to bring up one of my favorite Godzilla movies, Godzilla versus Megalon.
mm-hmm.
You got the G-Man himself. You've got Gigan, who makes a triumphant return after Godzilla versus Gigan. You've got Megalon, who I feel is one of the Godzilla monsters that is sadly underutilized.
I'm having deja vu.
That's right. And you've got fucking Jet Jaguar.
Jet Jack.
And Anchorus.
No, he wasn't in that one.
Jesus fucking Christ. Anguirus gives one little cry and then fucking barrel rolls into a chasm.
Anguirus is in this?
He's at the beginning.
Yeah, Anchorus gets killed by Megalon, I think.
No,
No,
you're thinking of Mechagodzilla.
No, he's thinking of Megalon. It shows Monster Island.
Megalon, no. Anguirus does not fight Megalon.
No, he doesn't. At the beginning of the movie, it shows Monster Island getting fucked up by an earthquake. And Anguirus is like waddling around and shit's breaking around and he just fucking rolls off the edge of a cliff.
Me and Clint are just making faces at each other.
Anguirus is the Kenny of.
I was telling them earlier. I was like, Mike. I was like, yeah. I was at Mahoning. Like these guys. The Godzilla movies. Eh.
I like that. Yeah, Anguirus very much is the Kenny of the Godzilla.
Kenny.
My God, you killed Anguirus
again. But this is peak Godzilla goofiness. Like Godzilla does his little dance. He does the flying tail kick. There's a Jet Jaguar theme song, for fuck's sake.
It's
the
best ones because like they find.
Now is Megalon the one with the weird uncles?
Yeah, the ambiguously gay duo.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like these two guys that are clearly dating.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gay as fuck.
Oh yeah, no, and they've got their adopted son.
They got like some little kid that they brought into their clan.
No, it's their adopted son, and they're inventors. So, like, basically, this kid, gets to live the best of everything.
Yeah, he does. Because in the beginning, he's on that giant raft that's like 12 foot tall, and it's just like dolphins that are like doing like human centipede with each other.
And he's got that mini bike.
Yeah, he's got the mini bike that goes like 20 miles an hour.
Dude, he's living his best life, and like he doesn't have to worry about one of his parents going through menopause and basically just becoming like an evil villain for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Like they forego, like they finally were like, okay, everyone's complaining about all this human shit, so we're just gonna throw. It's just monster action almost from the start to the end. Yeah, it's wrestling with monsters. That's all this movie is. It's professional wrestling with monsters, and it's fantastic.
That's great.
In every way, shape, and form.
Does anybody know why in Megalon from Godzilla versus Gigan? Because Godzilla versus Gigan's pretty bloody.
Mhm.
Like Godzilla bleeds a lot. Gigan bleeds a lot. It's almost like Ultraman. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen my reel of Ultraman decapitating things that I like to share every now and again. But like it went from really bloody to like in Megalon is just like no gore at all.
Well, Gigan. Well, and that seems to be a running
Probably
theme
because Jet Jaguar was a contest for
for
a
kids.
child. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a
And
winning.
Gigan didn't do great, so they
Yeah.
were probably like, "Shit, we better go back to kid friendly."
Right.
Yeah. Because Gigan's like, the bloodiest one. It's also my favorite. Well, like my favorite of the Showa eras.
Megalon, probably mine.
Who's Jet Jaguar?
He's the basic. He's the Toho version of Ultraman.
He's like a robot.
It sounds like a Japanese porn star.
Clint, you want to pull up a picture of Jet Jaguar?
He's the
That'd be
Japanese
delighted.
ET, Mike.
Japanese ET.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, wait till you get a load of this, Mike.
It's like ET and The Exorcist combined.
That's just
Oh, with Chrome.
Like, you're really selling it for him right now. Fucking Jet Jaguar.
There you go. Yeah,
oh, that
that's our
metal
boy.
I know who that.
Yeah.
I've seen him many times as a kid, but I didn't know.
Didn't know who he was. Yeah,
And the Jet Jaguar theme song is fucking fire.
it is.
It is a good theme song.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Sometimes when I've had a bad day and
He looks like you could miniaturize him and put him in a Puppet Master movie.
or up someone's ass.
Where-
It's ridiculous.
I love Jet Jaguar.
Adam, what you got, buddy?
The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Oh, now you're talking Mike's language.
I was going to bring that one up, but I figured Adam would.
One of the best. This one came out before Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This was kind of
Like 3 years,
kind of,
3 or 4
yeah.
years. Yeah. And it's very similar. To me, this is Ray Harryhausen in his prime. He doesn't get any better than this.
Was he ever not in his prime?
I guess not. I can't ever be like, yeah, here's Ray Harryhausen when he was just like shit was falling apart.
Who's phoning?
Like
Sinbad in the Eye of the Tiger, maybe.
I even love that. But the funny thing about this is, and I think me and Ryan have talked about this before. You know how Godzilla was it Godzilla 94 with Matthew Broderick? Was it 94?
98.
Yes.
98.
That has more similarities with this film than it does anything of Godzilla.
We did talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that on one podcast I was on with Jens.
Well,
Like Godzilla 98 is a remake of The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Yeah, for sure. But there's just so many iconic scenes. Like one of the ones I remember from childhood is like one of the first times you even see the monster. Like they're in the Arctic Circle or whatever, and like it's just like a blizzard, and they're like exploring, trying to find out what the fuck's going on, and he just like comes out of the sea, and he's like walking around, and it was fantastic. And you fast forward to like the end of the movie when he's like eating policemen and shit. It's just a really, really awesome giant monster movie that influenced so many movies afterwards.
The movie ends in Brooklyn.
Yep.
Took
Mhm.
Brooklyn to kick his ass and set him on fire. That's great because they got the cyclone in it and everything.
Yeah, they do have the cyclone. I was just reading that. So, has
remember-
everyone seen this one?
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Clint, have you seen it?
Beast from 20,000 Fathoms?
Yeah.
No.
It has the iconic cop shooting with his pistol right before he gets stomped.
That's a scene that plays in Gremlins too.
Yeah.
That was my introduction to this movie, and even as a kid, I always wanted to know what was that movie that the Gremlins were watching.
Nice.
And it took 35 odd years to finally see it.
Wow, it's gone on my list.
Is that a Roger Corman movie?
No. Beast
No.
from 20, no, that I think that's even before Corman, isn't it? 53?
Yeah,
No, 51.
53?
53.
53, yeah.
I mean, like if you watch it now, I mean, it's still great. I definitely would recommend it, but it's like it's just going to seem like tropes after trope after trope. But like, this is the movie that created all those tropes. You know what I mean?
Right. I got
Yeah.
you.
Well, yeah, I just watched it for the first time with you guys less than a year ago, and I absolutely loved it.
It had to be claymation.
Oh yeah, Harryhausen. That's all he did.
Yeah. Very cool. Fuck, Lee Van Cleef was in it?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he was in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He was in
Never
Escape
saw it.
from New York.
I have seen that.
Yeah.
He was great in The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. The only problem is that movie's like 6.5 hours long.
Yeah, it's insane how long the movie is. Here, I'll just show him to you. It's a picture's worth of 1,000 words.
Yep, still don't know who that is.
Still don't know who that is. Okay.
Lee Van Cleef, man. He,
Fucking A. See if I can find him in Escape from New York. Huh. There he is, all samurai and shit.
The fuck was that from?
I really do think that he did practice some type of
Oh, okay.
martial art. So that wasn't necessarily from a film, I don't think.
you
Looks
very
like-
rarely see him without a cowboy hat on.
Yeah.
Looks like he has the pendant from the Double Dragon movie on his neck here.
Yeah. Yeah. You mostly see him like this. Anyhow, there you have it. Lee Van Cleef. Fucking awesome. All right. Where are we at?
Paul.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
All right. I have a bunch, but you guys probably never watched them. So
so highbrow.
this is quite the opposite. This is like direct-to-video Japanese movies. So I'm gonna pick something a little bit more mainstream, I guess. I'll do.
You can't say E.T. He's a big piece of shit, but he's not a big fucking monster.
But that ship is big.
The ship is big.
He drives a big ship. So I'm gonna do another Harryhausen classic. Them.
Oh,
Mm.
nice.
Oh, I should do one that you guys all have seen.
For sure, we all seen them.
That's a classic.
I haven't. That's the Ant movie, right?
Yeah.
That's the Ant movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, never seen it.
Okay, so I'll do them. Then I got like one more mainstream one after that. So that you guys have seen. But yeah, them. It's a 50s radioactive atomic craze movie. About giant radioactive ants. It has this amazing performance by this catatonic little girl in it.
Yeah,
And like she just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
me too.
Because she's like the survivor. Her parents have been killed by like these giant ants.
Turns out aliens
Oh.
stole a lot from
Yeah.
in that regard.
But man, is that a good movie. It's really intense for like a black and white. I think the performances are
Yeah, it
better.
holds up. It's like Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's one of those movies
Yeah.
that still kind of holds up.
Yeah, I love them. I think it's shot brilliantly. With the black and white photography. The monsters look pretty awesome. The giant ant monsters. It's a good one.
Very cool.
I unfortunately don't have any input into this.
Mike or Adam?
Yeah, Mike, you watch this one all the time, don't you?
I actually watched it recently. It's great. This was another one as a kid, and like Paul said, it's kind of there's parts that are kind of it goes kind of dark, especially if you're a little kid watching this. Like this used to be on TV, and it was especially I don't like bugs, and this is like the one like bug movie like that I enjoy. But it's a great movie. It's the sounds the ants make is awesome.
That's probably the most iconic thing. Is that sound?
Yeah, when you hear that sound, it's you know exactly what movie it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this movie. It's was in regular rotation when I was a kid. There's so many in that era, so many just giant, giant X. So many giant whatever movies. But this was
like Deadly Bantus
But this was one of the better ones.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And the ant designs look great, and like it was legitimately scary.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just
just wasn't camp.
Yeah, I mean, even if you weren't a kid, but if you were a kid, like when I used to watch this as a kid, it wasn't hokey. It was like legit.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Good one. Good flick.
Yeah. I'm just watching the trailer. Still looks really good.
It does. It's good, man. It's like and here's the deal about once you get into these older movies and you realize there's probably like hundreds of movies you haven't seen. It's like tapping into a genre you never knew existed. Ryan, you could probably attest to this.
Mm-hmm.
Like once you're like, and there's so many of these freaking movies, and they're and they go from like really good to kind of dumb to like batshit crazy, but so many of them are worth checking out.
Without a doubt. They're not overcomplicated. They're pretty simple plots, but they're entertaining. You just
and there's something to be said for that retro stuff. I mean, to me, it's a warm blanket and a cup of hot chocolate. That's how it makes me feel.
Yep,
I could sit there and watch them all day. I really could.
I can't see myself like I've never seen it, but I can say like I pretty much guarantee I'll enjoy it if I did see it. Because you mentioned the giant mantis, Paul, and I've seen the giant mantis. I love the giant mantis. I love the beast from 20,000 Fathoms. I know I'm hit or miss on these older black and white flicks, but it seems anytime there's a giant monster involved, I enjoy it.
The only complaint you have ever had with those movies, in my presence, was that if they didn't show them enough, and that's not the case. I mean, a little bit in the beginning because they're like kind of like
there's a build-up.
Like a build-up, but once they start showing the ants, you see them a lot.
It's be creepy.
It'd be creepy. It's a good movie.
Very cool. Awesome. All right.
Who picked that?
That's
I did.
Good pick, Paul.
Definitely good pick.
What do you got for us, Mike?
I brought this one up a couple of times to you guys.
All right.
The War of the Gargantuans.
Nice.
Yes,
I love this movie as a kid.
I love that movie.
And you know what? I watched it recently, and you could see like how horrible, like you when they're in the water and they're toppling a boat, you could tell it's 100% a little miniature boat, but it's still awesome.
Yeah.
And it's one of these movies like it goes right into it. I mean, the movie opens up with a giant octopus attacking a boat.
Yeah.
And one of these gargantuans attacks the octopus. And just when they think they're saved, now the thing is going after now it's going after the people.
Right.
And they think it's this other known gargantuan that everybody knows about called Frankenstein, that these scientists grew up from a little gargantuan.
This is, in theory, a sequel to the one I brought up earlier, Frankenstein Conquers the World.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. And one of the scientists is the guy who plays Riff in the West Side Story. I forgot his name.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick Adams.
Yeah, he's the one American dude in the movie.
Nick Adams. Yeah, he's the same guy from Astro Monster.
Yeah, and they're like, no, it couldn't be our gargantuan because our Frankenstein wouldn't hurt a fly. So, and this other the bad gargantuan is just running through wreaking havoc, and basically the other gargantuan, they finally find him. He tries to help the other gargantuan because the army is like shooting him and stuff.
Yeah. There's a green one and the brown
he's
one.
still trying to hurt people, and the good gargantuan realizes, like, hey, you're a fucking dick. And they just spend the rest of the movie fighting it out with each other, throwing each other into buildings. You got the Japanese army shooting lasers at them while they're fighting. So, like, as a kid, this was like the equivalent of me seeing titties now.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just there's so much going on that's enjoying. And like I said, I put it on now and I still love it. It's just like I said, there's no major plot. It's just monsters beating the shit out of each other.
Yep.
The army they're throwing army tanks into like houses, and you could tell they're little plastic army tanks. But it's amazing. And
I agree.
I do love that it's just two of the same monster.
Yeah.
With like a different color scheme.
Like
I feel that
a different coat of paint.
Yeah, I feel that like the video games of the future from this movie, like Street Fighter 2, picked up from this movie because it's like this Blanca is green, but player 2 picked Blanca as well, but this one is blue.
Yeah.
So they're different.
Right.
It is. It's a great friggin' movie. It's until I was always hoping they would be like another one, because the way it ends is right. They like this, like they try to set them on fire in the water, like a bomb. They drop bombs and
a volcano goes off.
Yeah, like a volcano appears out of the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's just fucking monsters fucking brawling it like a fucking street brawl.
I mean,
and
that's a sick day
lasers.
movie all day. If I'm sick, I curl up in a fucking blanket. I put that fucking thing on. And
There was all sorts of shit in that trailer.
And they say, like, at the end, oh, they couldn't have survived. So I'm like, how great would it be if they came out like with another one of these?
They're like throwing tugboats at each other.
I really do. I think Legendary should make another one. Just like they just did Kong, and like Kong Loves Godzilla or whatever the last one was.
Well, that one's making major bank, so we're gonna get more.
Yeah.
That's my pick. Like Adam said, that's like whenever I put that on, that's like pure nostalgia.
You're 6 years old.
The hell out of it.
You're 8 years old again, you know?
Yeah. It's like you're not looking for anything more than monsters beating the shit out of each other.
On a rainy day, there's nothing better than a movie.
I don't care about the plot. I don't care what's going on. It's just these two guys are just going to try and beat the crap out of each other the whole movie, and I'm good. I'm there for it.
Yeah. It's got like that other Toho where they were trying to make other hits, feel to it, like Yogg, aka Space Amoeba,
Yogg is
was similar.
Yogg is fucking great.
And Yogg is amazing. Oh, that giant crab thing fighting the octopus. But yeah, it's an awesome movie. So much fun.
Very cool.
But yeah, like, okay, gentlemen, War of the Gargantuans. Has there ever been better actual fighting between two kaijus than in War of the Gargantuans?
I feel the
Because they're
biggest
like
reason.
going to town on each other.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a street brawl. You could tell.
Yeah.
Totally you tell there's two guys in costumes, fucking, you know, like they're just throwing each other into buildings like they were in a bar, just throwing them around.
Oh no, it's just awesome fights. Like a lot of the times with like the Godzilla movies, the fights are a little slow. But like I mean, they're wailing on each other.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Probably
with War of the Gargantuans, like it's basically just two dudes that are wearing fur coats. So
Right.
I'd imagine their freedom of movement was a lot less limiting than
Right.
a dude in a Godzilla costume.
And
or a
nobody
dude
was
in a-
flying, and
Yeah,
nobody was
yeah.
shooting fire breath and all that other thing. So it was a little.
Yeah,
I mean, as far as duking it out, I still would put Godzilla versus Megalon up above it.
Yeah.
Right. It was like pure fisticuffs.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. I'm a big fan of it. I love it.
It was like that 7-minute fight scene from They Live, just extended with giant monsters.
I love how weird it is. It's absolutely bizarre.
Very cool. Probably had actual like judo competitive fighters doing it. There was a lot of throws in there. A lot of throws. Very awesome. Well, I'm gonna see if I can pick something that's not too lame. I'm probably stealing somebody's pick here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna throw out Lake Placid.
Good one.
Because why
Fucking
not?
hate this movie.
Okay.
How could you hate this movie, or you do hate this movie?
I do. I absolutely hate it.
Why?
How do you hate this movie?
It's boring.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? All right. Go on.
It has action. It's funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Betty
of the
White
humor-
uses
none
the
of the
F
humor
word.
Betty White
for
is
me.
hysterical.
Betty
Bill
White-
Pullman.
Oliver Platt is hysterical in this movie.
Yeah, he is.
The whole movie just feels awkward as fuck. None of the humor lands for me.
Uh-huh.
when the cop punches him in the face because he said, "I know karate," he goes,
I know
"You're supposed to
karate.
say
You're
go."
supposed to say go.
He hits him right in the face, and he's like, "Aren't you supposed to say go?"
I don't know karate until you.
I can't be the only one that doesn't like this movie.
In
Wow.
this group, in those groups.
Jesus Christ. I was so let down by this
Did you
movie.
hate Betty White saying
How did you let
dropping
down
in a
by
front?
How do you be let down? It's not like
It
it's
just-
like
I
If I
want
had a dick, this is where I would tell you to suck it. The best line in the fucking movie. How can you not laugh at that line?
Eh. I it felt forced. All the humor in that movie feels forced.
it's called the 90s.
Do you like Ghostbusters 2 and Ghostbusters
I
2016?
don't like Ghostbusters 2. Ghostbusters 2 is literally my second to least favorite Ghostbusters movie. I mean, I like it because like I said, there's not a bad Ghostbusters movie, but I'm not like gonna, be like, hey, let's watch Ghostbusters 2.
Oh God!
Wow.
I felt the humor was forced. We've talked about this on the show. I have a big problem when I feel a movie is having a bit of a tonal crisis. And I feel that Lake Placid is a perfect example of a movie that doesn't know the tone that it's trying to be.
My entire life is a tonal crisis. All right, buddy.
Yeah, and mine is too, and I don't need to be reminded of that when I'm watching a fucking movie.
It was all Bridget Fonda's fault. It would have been a much better movie if she hadn't been in it. For
Oh my god, she's terrible in it.
She was fine in it. She's Bridget Fonda and everything. Let's put that out there.
Yeah.
It's just Bridget Fonda.
I just realized what my next pick is going to be, and I'm going to get so much shit.
Why do people
Jackie
keep
Brown.
throwing things at me?
It's going to be Jackie Brown.
Not Jackie. But no, anyway. But I've said my piece. You guys love it. Talk about how great it is.
I just think it's a good movie. I think it's better than. I think it's funny that it's always Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
That was fun
because that implies a body of water is going to fight a snake.
Yeah, that does not happen on
which is hilarious to me.
There's a lot of
other than that. I think Lake Placid is a really fun 90s goofball. Don't take it so seriously flick.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Definitely.
But actually, you bringing up like Lake Placid versus Anaconda is a great example. Lake Placid feels like it's trying to be that funny, sleazy kind of movie, but it doesn't go all the way with it. Like Lake Placid versus Anaconda, you get the boobs, you get the, all that. Yes.
Whose boobs do you see?
Literally like 3/4 of the casts.
You see Jennifer Lopez's boobs.
Lake Placid versus Anaconda. That's a literal movie.
Well, you get the boobs in.
Oh, you're talking about that. Oh, you're talking about.
Also.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about the movie Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
Yeah, no one's seen that but you.
I own it. It's
I know.
Fantastic. But no, that's what I'm saying. Like this movie feels like it's going for the funny, sleazy kind of flick, but it doesn't. The humor is there, but nothing else is. It feels stagnant.
I'd have to watch it again, honestly. I remember the alligator scenes being awesome. Giant fucking alligator.
When it ate the fucking bear.
Yeah.
I was in the theater. That whole theater went nuts when that happened.
Yeah. It's a crowd cheer. It's a crowd pleasing movie.
Nobody
I
saw
saw
that
it at drive-in. It was awesome.
Did you see it in the crowd, Ryan? Did you see it with the crowd?
No, I rented it.
Oh, all right.
Maybe that's my problem. I doubt it, but
I was just curious.
I said what I said.
You said what you said. I mean, it's not. I mean, whatever. It's not like we're talking about Alien here. It's fucking
like you said. It's a '90s fun. It's a fun '90s flick.
Yeah, like I could take it or leave it. To be honest, I think it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah,
I'm never dying to watch Lake Placid. Like I'm never like can't wait to fucking throw this on the night.
yeah, you're right.
Can't wait for Betty White to tell me to suck her dick.
Officer, fuck meat.
I mean, if I'm and if I am looking for an alligator movie, it would be Alligator.
Oh, okay. I'd probably watch Killer Croc.
That is a lot of fun.
When was that made, Killer Croc?
Like 82.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know if I've seen that. You mentioned that the other day. I don't
It's
know.
one of those. It's one of those European like.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I swear, 1990.
Yeah.
Oh shit, 1990.
It's Italian.
Yeah, it's like when the Italians got tired of making zombie movies, they made these crocodile.
That's
movies.
crazy because it feels like a
Cannibal
movie that
Holocaust
came out
guy
in the
made
80s.
it.
Yeah.
The Ruggero Deodato.
Oh, Cannibal Holocaust. I'm sorry. I thought you said zombie.
Yeah.
Killer Croc 2 has some of the funniest fucking special effects I've ever seen. I know I mentioned this the other night, but they had a toy crocodile with an action figure on its back, and they did a close up on it that was so extreme, and they just thrashed it around in the water a bunch of times,
and
like it was obvious, like they weren't hiding this at all.
Yeah, but they didn't give a shit.
No. And if I could find that, I would totally show it to you.
Lake Placid 3 probably has some of the worst CGI you'll ever see.
Yeah, it's weird that there's like 5 of these.
Yeah, it's spawned a lot of movies for.
It's probably not on here. No, it's not. Because why the fuck would it be? But anyhow, take my word for it. It's great. You should watch it.
I've not seen Killer Croc 2. I've seen Killer Croc.
Yeah. And that one's okay. But Killer Croc 2 is just ridiculous.
That's where this
I absolutely recommend it. Yeah. Because it was pretty subdued in the first movie. You know what I mean? They just had a really good looking crocodile. I don't know why I'm talking about it because this is Lake Placid we're talking about. But
it's a better movie than Lake Placid.
Yeah. And it just had some cool looking effects. I mean, the acting was stupid. Some of this, the storyline was dumb. But it was fun. But then they just went over the top of ridiculous with the second movie. Pretty sure they brought back a character that was dead, or that you thought was dead. Like he literally got eaten in the first movie, but somehow they had it in the second movie that he survived. But however.
Not the first time we've seen that.
Right.
Piranha Double D.
I was just gonna say Ving Rhames.
Did he have both of his legs?
Oh my god.
Anyhow. Awesome. Anything else to say about Lake Placid? Or we can move on to Ryan's next abomination.
I'm getting so much shit for this. Okay. So before I say the movie, I'm going to just let me get my point across.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know. This might wind up being, I don't know. I feel that I might get some flack, especially if you're just hating on Lake Placid. I'm going to bring up Jurassic World.
Okay.
There's dinosaurs in it. They're giant.
Okay. I get a lot of people hate on a lot of stuff with Jurassic World. The movie as a whole is fine.
We're talking about the first one, right?
Yeah, the first one I actually kind of liked. It was a
with Chris Pratt. Yeah,
me too.
Yeah.
That final, like I'm sitting in the theater almost bored, but that final scene where she gets the T-Rex to come out to fight the Indominus Rex, I sat up a bit in my seat.
And the Velociraptor got involved too.
And then when the Velociraptor got involved,
oh sorry,
no, it's exactly it, Adam.
When she said we
actually
need more
squealed in the theater because it's what you want to see as a kid.
It was the Ghidorah, the three-headed monster of Jurassic Park movies, because they all got together to fight the abomination monster that shouldn't have existed.
And it was like it is the most modern example I can think of, other than King of the Monsters, where adult Ryan reverted back to his childhood self. And I was just giddy with excitement watching these fucking dinosaurs battle it out. And then the fucking fish jumps up and eats the fucking Indominus Rex.
Yeah.
Good. But see, that's exactly what you got in Jurassic Park when he ate the bear.
I have the moment when Ryan saw that. Sorry.
It's not that far off. But no, the sequels to Jurassic World, especially that third one, holy fuck. And I was so excited for that when they were bringing back, like, Grant and everybody else.
Oh god, it was terrible.
Oh, it was a fucking disaster.
Yeah, they tried so hard to.
And they got so far.
That giant grasshopper.
But in the end,
doesn't even matter.
You fucking dickheads.
But yeah, next to me there is a perfect trilogy of Jurassic Park movies, and it is 1, 3, and World. And if it ends there,
agree.
I like that.
I really like 3.
Yeah.
I think 3 is
three's a
awesome.
riot.
Mike, do you like 3?
I love 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is great because it's like this short little story.
Yeah.
That happens on the, it's I don't know. Yeah,
the other island. And Mr. Noodles gets killed by a velociraptor.
Mr. Noodles.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy
I understood that reference.
Sesame Street. One of the mercenaries is an actor on Sesame Street.
Yeah, plays Mr. Noodles.
Yeah.
I was fully expecting to get shit on for Jurassic World. I'm so happy to know that I'm not alone and thinking, hey, this was actually a solid sequel to the franchise.
When I saw that, I dug it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it too.
And I love the reveal that it was built on the old park and that kind of thing. So like it wasn't like retconning it. It wasn't like retconning it out of existence.
Right.
What happened in that movie. They were just doing whatever. It got bizarre and terrible after that one, but that one movie is pretty good.
When they went with the idea that the dinosaurs were like living in the I like it when they were secluded on this island.
Yeah,
that's fine. But when it's
and
like
it's
they're
special.
just living in the world with us, I'm like, no.
Yeah, and then the whole movie was about giant locusts.
Yeah,
right. What the fuck? You have T-Rexes and Velociraptors in
and we
the
want to know
real
about
world.
locusts.
And they're not even that. They're like this fucking big. They're like the size of a 6-inch sandwich from Subway. Like it's. You have literal dinosaurs running through cities, and you're giving us fucking locusts.
Hey, 6 inches is above average, buddy.
Not for a giant locust.
I thought he was going to say not for a Canadian.
I'm.
Oh, they measure in centimeters, so it's like 55.
55 centimeters sounds more impressive.
Yeah.
Jurassic World, Adam. Eddie.
King Kong, 1933. Now, I bet it's been a minute since most of y'all have seen 1933.
I don't know if I ever have.
And I wouldn't hold that against you. But let me tell you something. What's so crazy about that movie? And me and Paul saw it in the theater. And that to me, I look at that movie in such a different light ever since I saw it in the theater on the big fucking screen. Now, for like every movie made after 33, they try to paint Kong in the best light possible. And I mean, it makes sense. He's just a big monkey that gets brought over here, and it's not really his fault. This, that, and the other thing. All right, Kong in 33 is a fucking killer.
Yeah,
like,
just a total menace.
He gives no fucks. He's stepping on people. He's biting them. He's ripping them apart. Like all of that sympathetic stuff that they do in like the Peter Jackson Kong and the Legendary and even like the 75 stuff to a certain extent. You really don't feel any of that at all until the Empire State Building scene when, he's getting picked apart and he can't do anything about it. Up until then, Kong is a fucking menace. And like he fucks everybody up and doesn't give a fuck. And he looks at Fay Ray and like, don't get it crossed. There's no love story there. He's like, I'm gonna fuck you with my giant Kong dick, and I don't give a shit if you can handle it or not.
Wow,
that is the fucking story. That is the story. And then he goes up, and it bears repeating. Like we've seen it so many times that Empire State Building scene. It's so cliche now, but that scene is fucking epic as fuck.
It is. The planes and shit.
The biplanes, were they called biplanes?
Yeah.
Because they went both ways.
Yeah.
they're shooting the fuck out of him, and like he's holding that whole the drama in that scene is just fucking fantastic, and it's just a really great movie that like, and it holds up well, like all the dinosaur shit that they do on Skull Island, you know. Like Skull Island is like a whole other movie, you know, the effects that they have on Skull on Skull Island. So I mean, it's really, you know, there's a reason that movie is held in such high regard. It's a legendary fucking movie, and it's great. And Kong is a fucking beast in it.
100%.
Unlike any other movie he's been in since. He's got a mean streak that we have not seen. He's not cutesy Project X Kong, where he's like fucking doing sign language and shit. He's like, fuck it. I will bite you in half. I will bite you in half or mate with you. And that's it.
You're right. That's a regular watch of mine.
I love it. And Son of Kong is just as good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Son of Kong is good. Conga, not so much.
Has everybody? Ryan, you haven't seen the original. Clint, have you?
No, I haven't. I think it has to go on my list.
Like that was just a whim when I bought those tickets to go see it, and like that's one of the best ones. Like, you know, those movies always resurface, and it's like go watch so and so movie at the theater, like Jaws or something. You know, it was just such a whim, and I loved it. It totally changed my perception of that movie. Seeing it on the big screen. That's all.
Awesome.
I would love to see that on the big screen. I mean, when I was a kid, I could only watch that. They would show it at Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving, they would show like that, and then Mighty Joe Young, and
that's a cool tradition.
Yeah. So but then when I got it, now it's like I'll always go back to that one. It's.
I had Mighty Joe Young VHS too. Watch that all the time.
Again, like I say about Frankenstein all the time. In 1933, that was a fucking badass fucking movie.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, right.
Like you didn't see shit like that.
Nobody knew what the fuck that was. Yeah, yeah.
And like I said, there was no empathy. It was a fucking ape that wanted to fuck you up.
That's it.
Another good one.
Agreed.
I'm sure it is.
I think Paul's up.
Yeah.
All right, I got one that I think everyone here has seen. Eight-Legged Freaks, David Arquette.
I haven't seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you would love it.
I know.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
I believe it. I just.
It's such
came
a
out
good.
in the 90s, right?
Yeah,
early 2000s.
Might be early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Okay. There's a giant spot for me in the 90s that like I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
Oh my god, I'd watch party with that with you. It's so good.
I would watch it for sure.
It's David Arquette, Elizabeth Shue, and
ScarJo's in it too. A young Scarlett Johansson's in it too, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she's Elizabeth Shue's daughter, I think.
Yeah, young ScarJo.
I'll watch it.
Carrie Werrer.
Yeah.
She's
anyways, it's plot is
Captain America's in it too with Scarlett Johansson, a young
Chris Evans.
I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
out.
You play one of the biker douches?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he is, a biker douche.
Biker douche.
Anyways, David Arquette invites this dry gold mine, or inherits this dried up gold mine, and he's looking for it, and then radioactive materials being stored in the mine, and there's a spider farm. They get into the spiders. Spiders mutate, become huge, attack an entire town. What I like about this is like there are literally hundreds of giant spiders, and they're great effects. And they're just like doing total chaos on it. There's like a mall scene. There's like a radio station where they're climbing and the spiders are chasing them. I mean, it's just like total fun movie. Great little monster movie. Very reminiscent of like the 50s style movie. And David Arquette really brings like that hammy 50s B movie aesthetic and like performance to it.
Mm.
You know, but it I loved it. It's just a really fun movie.
It's one of those movies where everybody making it understood the assignment.
Yeah.
Like they knew it was just, and this kind of calls us back to Lake Placid. I do feel like people weren't understanding the type of movie that it was. Everybody in Eight-Legged Freaks gets it. And even right down to the conversations about like this shitty mall where they sell ostrich burgers. Like,
yeah,
it just all works.
Yeah.
And I like how the spiders were real. Like at the beginning, when they're at the spider farm, they're showing you the different types of spiders, like the trapdoor spider and the jumping spider. So when they're big and doing that, you start to recognize them.
So they do that again when they're real big. They do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different spiders.
You
In
see,
this.
like
that's-
the trapdoor
that's
spiders,
fun.
they're coming out, but they're taking cows down. They're friggin'
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun as hell. I had no idea. It's a
it's a really well
a
done
Gremlin
movie.
Spiders movie.
That scene where the spider's fighting the cat behind the wall.
Oh, and the wall, yeah.
You see the imprint, like the imprint of the spider, and then the imprint of the cat's face.
Oh yeah, it's hysterical.
Yeah, it's really fun. I think I'm gonna watch that after this.
Yeah, well, save it because I might want to do a watch along with you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that totally sounds up my alley. I can't tell you why I haven't seen it.
And the icing on the cake is that the spiders are voiced by Frank Welker.
Yes.
It's even extra ridiculous because they've got these. They obviously don't speak English or anything, but like the little spider noises they make are so exaggerated, only in the way that Frank Welker can. Like the guy that brought us Nibbler,
Right.
and
Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo is just like, it's so fucking good.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Fun movie.
Tell you what, I'm drinking beer, eating pizza, and talking about giant monster movies with some buds. This is fucking cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I've moved on to water. Cheers.
Why? Are you driving somewhere?
No, but I said I was cutting back on my alcohol, so I limit the amount of drinks I can have during an event, and I've already had my 3, so I'm on to water.
My fat ass is eating.
I'm drinking water too.
There you go. I saw the big gulp. That's something I've always been jealous about as a Canadian. We don't have big gulps here in Canada.
Yeah.
I actually have a bigger size than that too, but I was like,
Yeah.
It's called a bigger gulp.
You have a
bigger gulp.
in Canada, you got like a liter of cola or something.
We do have liters of cola. I literally have one right now in my work van. That was a good pick. I was thinking about it earlier, but I'd forgotten about it. I'm glad you brought it up. I absolutely fucking love Eight-Legged
Definitely
Freaks.
good. I love that. I watched that recently. Where I made my 10-year-old nephew watch it, and he fucking loved it.
Very cool.
Awesome.
All right, I got a funny one
All right.
that I like. Attack of the Crab Monsters.
Oh, Roger Corman there.
Okay, now, yes, it's got big crabs in it, giant crabs. Like, that would have been enough for me as a kid just to see them fighting these giant crabs. But they went a step further and they made the crabs telepathic. And but even when they talk to you, it's like they have the douchiest fucking voice. It's like, oh, you're like a fucking asshole, and I'm gonna fucking do it. Like the voice they gave the crab is fucking hysterical.
I kind of want to redub it with you doing that voice.
I'm not.
Clint, can we look that up? Can we look that up?
I want to see. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's
If
like
I get a trailer or something.
Like as a,
There's probably a scene.
especially as a kid, I would have been fine with just the crab. It would have been probably been a more serious movie if it was just fighting these big crab monsters. But once they gave the guy just basically talking down to you like a fucking douche in that voice, and it's coming from the crab, it's hysterical.
Mike, is this the one where like it's the scientist who's trying to bang the other scientist's wife?
I think so. I think you're right. I haven't watched it in a while. There's the one chick. I can even.
There's
pick
one
her.
chick, and like the other scientist is just like it's like Invisible Man with like the good scientist
Because
who's like trying to bang Invisible Man's girlfriend.
I think it opened like the one scientist. I don't know if it's her husband, but he like goes missing.
Yeah,
I'd have to watch it again because I haven't. But it's.
I don't know if this is going to have any of the dialogue in it.
No, I bet it will.
It's a trailer. The fuck?
Ever loosed?
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Pacific Island, the Navy lands a party of daring scientists to solve the mysterious disappearance of an entire atomic research team. Strange horror strikes first at the plane that brought them. And then, earth-shattering tremors begin tearing the island to shreds.
Okay, Professor. How are the crabs blowing up the island? I am not sure. But imagine they are
It's the professor from Gilligan's Island.
I am not sure.
Explode the materials contained and bring about the slime.
There used to be ridges there for maybe 2 miles.
Now there's less than half a city block. Soon we will have nowhere to run.
Fathoms deep among the terrors of the mighty Pacific, daring skin divers brave undersea perils that stagger the imagination.
August.
Here are monsters with razor-sharp claws that hand grenades and dynamite cannot stop. Nor searing fire and flames, nor tons of crushing rocks, as mankind faces its last desperate chance.
Wow.
I mean, we didn't hear the crabs talk, but I'm not mad about that.
No.
That was great.
But that's what I'm saying. If you didn't hear that, it's actually like a legit movie.
Yeah. Believe it or not, the whole damn thing is on YouTube. So
I'm shocked.
Yeah, right?
I've seen it before. It's a great movie. Well, I mean, great movie. It's one of those 50s creature movies that you can just put on and turn your brain off and check out and just enjoy yourself.
Be cool if the crowd was like Stephen Wright.
I mean, that's all those 50s movies, though.
No, but I love it.
They don't try to overcomplicate them. It's you got a bunch of guys. They're throwing one hot chick, fucking big monster. They beat the monster at the end. And that's it. You go home.
Yeah. She gets the rotisserie treatment, and you know.
What does that mean?
You ever see them make rotisserie chickens?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I know it has something to do with a threesome. I don't understand
Where do the polls go when you do a rotisserie chicken?
You can call it corn on the cob if you want to, but
yeah.
So finger cuffs? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, I know it as finger cuffs.
I've never heard it as finger cuffs, but that makes a lot of
I've
sense.
never seen any.
Every time I watch Adam's Family
Finger
now,
cuffs filled out like an application, you know.
Like, what about Amy, or what is it called?
Chasing Amy.
Chasing Amy. Finger cuffs. Her nickname was Finger Cuffs.
Yeah.
You never saw Chasing Amy?
I've seen Chasing Amy. I remember the fisting scene more than the finger cuffs part.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, not fisting scene. She literally did what I just did to.
Right.
Kevin Smith, folks, watch Chasing Amy.
We need to have more hangouts with all just guys.
Oh, that's why I got a sausage party. Or a
sausage pizza.
Sausage pizza.
Sausage pizza party.
Oh man, Attack of the Crab Monsters. That's awesome.
It's a good pick.
But yeah, you're right. The guy, her boyfriend does appear to be dead, and the one dude is like, "Yeah, he's dead. He's gone forever. Have sex with me."
He's dead, but I'm here.
Console each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Lowered expectations.
I don't know. Next one of mine, the creature might be a little small to be considered a giant monster, but it is giant for the type of creature that it is. So
that's what I say all the time.
I love when we're already apologizing for it before we. All right, let's go.
I'm going Graveyard Shift.
Oh no! I think that's a great one.
Yeah,
Giant fucking bat.
It's like a rat bat, a giant rat.
Yeah.
Bat.
Oh, it's insane.
That thing's huge, man. That thing's fucking huge.
Such a terrible movie, but I love it so much. I've watched it so many times as a kid.
There's some good actors in that.
Yeah.
You got Brad Dourif.
Yeah, Brad Dourif is in as the Exterminator. That was the coolest part of it.
Right, Robert Englund's in there, right?
No, he was. You're thinking of the Mangler.
The Mangler. You're right.
Which
You're right.
Also involved a giant machine. Weird.
Yeah.
Stephen King has a theme.
Yeah. He likes industrial accidents.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so there it is.
There it is. Did anybody else feel like it was supposed to be a giant rat movie and they decided to change halfway through that it was a giant bat?
Probably. I think the short story was written as a giant rat.
Well, it's always around rats.
Right. Exactly. And yet they gave it some.
Yeah, I read it was a short story. It never mentioned anything about it being like a bat or having wings or anything.
Yeah. Yep.
That one scene though, where it wraps its wing around the one dude, and he's like trying to fight it off with a knife. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was. That's all the dude had. Yeah, he just went full fucking psycho in that movie where he just like started smearing dirt all over his face and crawling on the fucking ground and shit.
He went psycho really fast. Like I feel he was just to be fair, his character was pretty unhinged from the get-go, but I just felt
he was just disguising it.
Yeah. He's like, gonna die, might as well be an asshole.
He's like, no need to hide it anymore. Here we go. Let the crazy out.
I've always wanted to roll around in the dirt.
Yeah.
I never forget my cousin Angela is deathly afraid of rats and mice but she likes horror movies. And I had to be a teenager. Like whenever this like first came out, when I saw it, probably when it first came out on video, I was like, you got to rent this. I was like, and I knew she would freak out when she saw it. She goes, oh, I said it's Carpenter, right? That's John Carpenter, right?
No.
Who is it? Who made that?
Graveyard Shift. It wasn't. Was it Mick? It wasn't Mick Garris, but it definitely wasn't John Carpenter. John Carpenter was Christine.
Did John Carpenter do the Mangler?
No, that was Tobe Hooper.
That was Tobe Hooper. I don't know why I got John Carpenter in my
Ralph Singleton did the Graveyard Shift.
Who the fuck is
Whoever the
that?
hell that is. I mean,
Well,
I kind of
the thing is-
expected nobody
The
of
thing
note.
is, I told her to rent this movie. I was like, great horror movie. You'll love it. I didn't tell her nothing about the rats.
Yeah.
And she was like, fuck you. She's like, what the fuck? You watch it.
Oh shit. So Ralph Singleton directed Graveyard Shift and a single episode, or sorry, 2 episodes of Cagney and Lacey.
Yeah, that's it. That's his entire filmography.
Wow. Holy shit.
Oh, what's it say here? Currently works at the produce section at Market District Giant Eagle.
That's too bad too. That's one of those things, eh? Like you're thinking, like, oh fuck, I'm directing a Stephen King movie, like I'm gonna make it, and nothing.
Like of all of the King stories to adapt, that one.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 adaptations of Maximum Overdrive, so
I mean, that said, I like the monster in it's awesome. That rat thing is pretty cool.
and again, as Mike brought up, we literally have a Stephen King movie about a killer laundry press.
Oh, the Mangler, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't there like 3 of them?
There is, yeah. There's the Mangler, the
It's
Mangler
like
2,
a whole-
and the Mangler Reborn.
It's like a whole franchise.
I
That's
own the
crazy.
sequels. I've never managed to snag a copy of the original one though, but I do own the Mangler 2 and the Mangler Reborn.
That's cool.
I have the original on Blu-ray. So
So between
we
the
get
2 of us,
together,
we've got the
have
whole
mango
fucking
fucking party.
Robert
Dude.
Englund is in the first one, right?
Yes, and Ted Levine.
Oh, Ted Levine's in it too.
He's the
Wow.
protagonist.
Ted Levine is the protagonist.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
it's
know.
basically 90 minutes of a man talking like this.
Ah,
I don't know why laundry price is killing all these ladies. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
Sounds fantastic.
I take it everybody here has seen Graveyard Shift.
Yes.
I think so.
yeah, I've seen it.
I actually have not.
Really?
There we go.
Oh. I think you'd like it.
Yeah. I don't know. Like Stephen King movies are always like hit or miss with me, and I don't really go out of my way to watch them.
I think a lot of liberties were taken with this story.
See, I might like it then, because I think like his stuff doesn't translate really well directly to film, and when they try to go directly, it ends up like The Langoliers.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't shit on the Langoliers. That's one of my favorite fall asleep 2 movies.
I can see that.
But I find once we get,
I mean,
like,
Evil Balky, you got to give it that, but you
Yeah.
know,
scaring the little girl. I do like a hard R Stephen King movie, and Graveyard Shift doesn't shy away from the excessive gore and stuff.
all right, well, I'll check it out.
I guess it's my turn.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring up the Queen alien, but we've talked about aliens to death on multiple hangouts. So I want to talk about Alien versus Predator.
But Jesus Christ, here we go again.
No, come on, guys.
I like this movie.
Thank you.
Where's the giant monster?
The Queen alien. I just said that.
I just sent the link to this podcast, and you have to go fuck it up.
Okay. Whatever. Shit on it all you want. That final battle between Lex and the Queen and the Predator is pretty awesome.
You know her name.
Okay, you know what? Fuck you. I like this movie, okay? And I'm not ashamed to admit it. Alien versus Predator is fucking great.
No, it's not.
Let's
I
all
think
get
it's awesome.
Lex t-shirts. I love Lex. Sorry, continue.
Clint, help me out here. This movie's not
Yeah.
like this is fun, right? This is
I'm
just
not gonna lie. I like this movie.
yeah.
I have a hell of a lot
Okay,
of
so
fun
the
with this
two
movie.
people that don't like ET in the entire world like Alien versus fucking Predator.
ET is fine. Okay.
I like ET.
He's talking about me. Okay. So I'm sorry. What was the problem with Alien versus Predator? We had aliens, we had predators, they fought, it looked
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, well, the whole premise is fucking ridiculous. You
Yeah,
know?
they fought like a
Which is
pyramid.
fine. What do you want?
They fought in like an igloo. They kept
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah. And it suddenly heated up for no fucking reason whatsoever, except maybe an alien spaceship was really close by.
The only problem I have with that movie, honestly, is the fact that the source material is so much cooler. Like all the comics, video games. Like, how do you make an Alien versus Predator movie and not one scene takes place in outer space? Right there. Fail. Fucking fail.
Technically, there was an overhead shot of a satellite at the beginning of the movie. That was in space.
You know, it's just like, can we have one shot in outer space?
We had it end in space. It ended in space.
Yeah, it ended in space. The Predators took the other Predator up. He had the little
There was just
Pred
like,
alien baby.
how can we make this movie as cheaply as possible? I know. Let's make it in a fucking pyramid.
Yeah, in Antarctica. Let's have a whaling station. Is there any scenery not being used in a really long time?
A whaling station.
Yeah.
But at least we did get that iconic character of Lex, so we're good.
Oh God!
I still like it. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's dumb fun. Like
Yeah.
you guys all shat on me for Lake Placid, and the only argument I got from you motherfuckers was it's dumb fun. Well, so is Alien versus Predator.
Okay, Alien and Predator are awesome.
Yeah, like they should never be dumb fun. It's the same people. Like Alien is awesome, Predator is awesome. Put them together, it should be fucking super
Why
awesome.
shouldn't they be dumb
It
fun?
shouldn't
What's
be
wrong
on.
with
It
dumb
shouldn't be
fun?
on par with fucking Lake Placid. It should be like 10 times better than.
Well,
that.
it's not. It's better than Lake Placid.
It's not. It's not.
No, it's not. This is where if I had a dick, I'd tell you to suck it.
They even like one of the aliens even gets like his head fucked up, and he gets a fun nickname. His name is Scar.
That's fun.
Or sorry, Grid. I have a replica of the Queen Alien from Alien versus Predator.
Wow.
Oh my God, they must have been so excited when they sold it to that one person that liked that fucking movie.
I bought it at a flea market for $3.
Oh,
We sold one.
That was the guy who developed it. He died. They were selling off his estate.
But it came with a little alien.
That's awesome.
And it came with a little predator.
I love that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this movie. So fuck y'all.
No complaints here.
But anyway, the Queen Alien, that's the whole point I brought this. The Queen Alien is iconic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
in Aliens, yeah.
She's
I
great
agree.
in this too. The practical effects when they use them are fine. And I honestly, this is, I feel, a really great example of blending practical animatronics with CGI.
Wait a minute. We did an entire episode on aliens. And you two were telling me that the Queen Alien was mid as fuck.
No, that was not me. That was not me. That was
you
not
agreed.
me.
You
I did not.
agreed.
I did not. Go back. I did not.
You were like, thank God someone else said it. It's not just me. But
yeah, because someone else had a problem with the movie.
No, with the
There was
alien
when
queen.
we did the episode.
It was
There
specifically
was
about the
me,
queen.
and then there was two people that I felt were just giving it a hand job the entire time.
So,
So
we're
when
gonna
someone else
take
mentioned
we're
that-
gonna take the praise that Aliens deserves, and we're gonna push it over to fucking Alien versus what is this movie called?
Predator, and I do seem to recall, if you go back to that fucking episode, I stated that the last 25 minutes of Aliens is some of the greatest filmmaking of all time.
Yeah, but you said you had to get through like like boring as fuck, an hour and 40 minutes to get there.
None of that had the Queen. I like the Queen.
All right. I'll it's not adding up to me, but
I should have just brought up Aliens.
I'm not a rocket scientist. Well,
I guess I could have brought up Alien Resurrection because the Queen's in that for all of like 8 fucking seconds.
Oh my god,
that was fun.
Where do we
I
go
enjoyed
from
that.
here?
I don't know.
It's your turn.
How do you top that?
Where do we go? Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I broke him. I've broken Paul. I don't even know if Paul is moving.
I'm moving.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's all for tonight, folks.
Let's do. I don't even know. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna skip my turn for now. I'll be like
Holy
Ryan.
shit, I broke him.
Right out the gate when he had to skip. I'll go. We can go to Paul.
All right. Well, it's late enough into the evening that I can start bringing up obscure shit that only I watch.
No, it's not that late.
Dude, I feel like it's that fucking late. It's almost midnight.
No.
Do it.
If
So
you bring up something Korean, I swear to God.
that's Japanese. Does that count?
Godzilla's Japanese.
All right, can I retake my time?
You can retake your time.
Is this like Congress? I'd like to retake my time.
You can take your turn.
I'll go with Cue the Winged Serpent.
Okay. Awesome movie.
It is.
Larry
Cohen. Did
Larry Cohen.
the stuff. Did
It's kind of one of those movies that's just dumb fun, eh, Adam?
It is, but like the dumb fun is actually fun. And it doesn't take place in a fucking pyramid in Antarctica.
No, it just takes
New York City.
every fucking rooftop in New York City.
Yeah, but that's fun. There's a lot of rooftops in New York City.
You're not wrong.
That's actually like based on fact. And Michael Moriarty is awesome in this. He plays a character named Lex, and everybody loves him for some reason.
And then he gets a scar, and his name is Scar.
Yeah, he gets a scar, and ingeniously, he's called Scar.
I don't think I got that name right. I think it's Grid. Anyway,
Anyway, has everybody seen this one?
yes.
I haven't.
I think you'd like it. It's very Ray Harryhausen. Ray Harryhausen didn't do the effects, did he?
No.
No, okay.
Although Mike doesn't like movies filmed in New York.
Well, he'll like this one. It
depends.
doesn't glorify it or like make it like a shithole just because you're in the subway or something like that.
Yeah, it really could have just been any city.
Yeah, but it's got that like I like movies made in New York in the 70s. I like that kind of like gritty feel to it. And like the characters are kind of awesome. Like they're just one guy's like, "Hey, you did a pretty good job," and he's like, "Yeah, what the fuck do you know?" You know, like stuff like that. Like I could see that happening in New York. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't feel the movie shits on New York though. Like
No,
it seems
no.
to be a trope where it's New York.
Yeah, I don't.
No, if it's about New York, if they're usually like older movies, it's like 70s. It's when it got to the 80s and 90s, and they tried like totally painting a different picture of New York. and make like a mockery of it, then that's what I hate. But like
Sewers-
you're right, I like the whole look of New York in the 70s, and
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
It's not
Yeah.
sewers run rampant with toxic waste every night at midnight kind of thing.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But Michael Moriarty is awesome in it. He's just like he's just such a scumbag in this movie, and he's like the main guy, and he's just
It's
so
like-
over the top, you know. Were you saying something, Paul?
Wasn't he like an insurance guy or something like that? Like an insurance investigator or something?
You're thinking of the stuff, I think. In this
Yeah.
Oh,
one,
no,
he's,
that's the stuff.
in this one, he's like a low rent, kind of like he's a wheelman, supposedly. Like he thinks of himself as a wheelman, but like they keep wanting him to go in the store to help him rob the store, and he's like, "No, that's not what I do." I don't know. It's a fun flick. It's
Yeah, if
dumb
you were-
fun.
If you were playing Final Fight, Michael Moriarty would be the guy you'd beat up on stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, like if there was like a live action Mike Tyson's Punch Out, he would play Glass Joe.
That's a better one. I'll say, like, I think this movie's a hoot. The creature's fun. It looks good. The stop motion is great. It's sleazy, but the right kind of sleazy. Like you
Yeah.
got the chick sunbathing on the rooftop stuff.
Yeah, there's beans. All
And
kinds of
there's-
beans.
It was diamonds, right? Like there was diamonds hidden in the clock tower.
Yeah,
clock
like
tower.
they had
What's it
robbed
called?
the diamond store, the jewelry store, and it was the Chrysler building.
That's right. Yeah, it's a surprisingly well done creature feature that honestly is a lot better than it had any right to be.
Yeah, like some of the shots of the especially towards the end, like the monster getting like machine gunned down and stuff. And actually, a lot of the scenes in the beginning, like there's a lot of flaying because it has a lot to do with like human sacrifice, and they're like flaying their victims. Like that stuff was scary as shit to me when I was a kid.
It's a really weird one.
It is a weird movie, but that's the thing. Like they don't make weird movies anymore. Like you will never have weird movie, you know, unless it's indie weird, which is too weird. Let's just be real.
But it's on
weird.
par with Cohen's other stuff. Like you look at this, you look at the stuff, you look at It's Alive.
Yes. Yeah.
Like it just feels right at home with those.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
I might have to watch it. I've not seen it.
I know where you can watch it.
Clint has not seen so many of these movies.
I know. What the fuck? It's like every time I think I'm catching up, I'm not. I always take shit from Nicole from that. She's like, that's going on your list.
Yeah, but we just found out Nicole hasn't seen Little Shop of Horrors. So
Yeah,
what the fuck is that
blew-
all about?
that
That
blew my
blows my
mind.
mind. Yeah. She's like, if I'd ever seen it, I might understand what that means. I'm like, what the
I
fuck?
thought everyone had seen it.
that just
Uh,
boggling.
yeah. Don't buy plants after an eclipse.
Who's up?
I think it's Paul.
It's
Paul.
me.
Do it.
Oh yeah.
All right. So this one was one I found recently. Was watching a lot of like Bizarro movies, and I came across this one. It's called Monster Seafood War, and
I like the title.
it's basically human population to solve global hunger. They started making giant monsters and then making them fight to the death and then cutting them up to sell as food to people.
Okay.
And it's as batshit as it sounds. It's fucking awesome.
That sounds great.
It's Suitmation. So not I mean they do a little bit of CGI, but mostly Suitmation, where it's people in suits as giant seafood, like giant crab, giant octopus, giant fish, and they just fight each other to the death, and then they feed the world that way.
Wow.
It sounds like a dream come true for me.
Yeah.
You know, it reminded me of like my favorite wrestling league, which is the Kaiju Big Battle, where it's food fighting like villains.
That's a real thing, and we've been to that, and that's amazing.
Yeah,
it's a wrestling ring, and they put like fake skyscrapers in there and stuff, and they're like body slamming each other into bridges and skyscrapers. It's fucking awesome. And, like picking up cars and like ramming them down. Like it's great.
You guys introduced me to this. I've seen a bit of that.
It's so fun.
It's amazing. I recommend it to any dude that I know.
Looks like it's on Tubi.
Yeah. Monster Seafood Battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I recommend it. It's really it's a good little weird Japanese kaiju movie. You know, it's on par with like the world sinks except for Japan, which I don't know if anybody's ever seen, but that's a pretty good one too.
Have not.
No. Never even heard of that.
Adam's got his mic muted, and his head's in the corner like that. I just like to believe. Yes, that's exactly. I knew it. Fantastic.
Really? Because I thought he had hired a.
So he's bending down.
Giving the pizza delivery driver his tip.
Yeah. Or bending down to do a line.
Could be both.
Yeah. Bite a pizza, snort a line.
I'm eating pizza, you fuckers. What do you want from me? What's up?
So yeah, that's one of my weird ones. I'm doing Monster
I saw it on
Seafood Board.
Ballflix, yeah, but I haven't seen it yet. I've read about it actually. That one looks interesting.
It's pretty fun. I liked it a lot.
Paul, have you seen Flight of Dragons?
Flight of Dragons?
Yeah, animated movie from the early 80s.
No.
Okay.
Is it Ralph Bakshi?
I think so. That's the guy that did The Hobbit, right?
Yeah, he also did like Fritz the Cat.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is by him.
I liked Wizards by him. That was a cool one.
I've never seen Wizards. Okay. So that's two movies that people have managed to name that nobody else has seen.
Well, I'm glad that I could contribute to the cause.
There we go. I was hoping you'd seen Flight of Dragons. Oh, you've seen Dungeon Master, right?
I have seen Dungeon Master. That movie kicks ass.
Damn right. Okay, good.
Were you guys done talking about these made-up movies?
Yeah.
That don't exist?
Dead or Alive 2. That's a Yakuza versus Triad movie by Takashi Miike, where the two like gang leaders turn into kaijus. That movie kicks ass too.
That sounds fun.
Only person one that fucking saw that one too.
Probably.
Mike,
That should be a hangout. Shit Paul's seen that nobody else has seen.
It'll just be you talking for 3 hours, and the rest of us being like, "Huh?"
Yeah.
Hey, what the fuck? There's a movie like that?
Oh man.
This is what we've all been gearing up towards, this hangout. Michael.
Hi, Mike.
All right. This is a fun one. I'm sure somebody's gonna hate it, but I think it's fun. Rampage from 2018.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
Did somebody mention that?
We in the beginning before everybody joined, but not the movie.
It was someone in the comments mentioned
Someone in the comments.
We talked about the video game.
Yeah.
I like the video game. I'm a fan of the video game, and I thought the movie It was fun. They threw The Rock in there. It had its comedy factor, you know. I thought The Rock and the gorilla were there were some funny scenes together.
Yeah.
Did it bug anybody else that the monsters weren't people that turned into monsters? Because that was kind of like the big thing of the video game.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like how that Lizzie wasn't like she was like a crocodile.
Yeah.
Lizzie was barely in it.
Yeah.
And then like there was a wolf too, isn't there?
Wolf.
Yeah.
The wolf
Yeah,
ate
like
Manganiello, so that was cool.
Yeah. The interspecies relationship that The Rock had with the creature made me uncomfortable.
You just know The Rock gonna be fucking that monkey.
It's kind of what I thought was happening.
It had a Maylene Ackerman in it, who I think is extremely hot. If you know who she is, look her up. You'll agree.
it's the one from Watchmen, right?
I
That
didn't
played
see
the
Watchmen.
second Silk Spectre.
I never saw Watchmen.
You never saw Watchmen?
No.
The movie or the show?
Movie.
I never saw neither, so.
You're missing a giant blue guy with his dick hanging out.
So much dick.
Now,
He didn't. Not only that, but he splits himself, so he gives the rotisserie treatment.
so now that's
Or
a
the
hint.
finger cups.
Oh man.
But
It does.
that's it was dumb fun. It was more dumb than fun, but I still enjoyed it.
I don't hate it, but I just wish it, like the others had said, that it stick closer to the source material.
Yeah, I didn't like it just because I liked the game so much, and I wanted it to look like the game.
Yeah, I get that.
It's one of those things. Why even, especially with Lizzie barely being in it, like why even relate it to the game? Just make a movie about a man and his monkey, and they fight a giant wolf.
Like that Clint Eastwood movie.
Yeah. Any Which Way But Loose, Part 2.
Yeah. Right turn, Clyde.
Get looser.
Punches a wolf.
And Jeffrey Dean Morgan was kind of funny in it too. I enjoyed him in that.
He's good and everything.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think? One more time?
Yeah, sure.
I can do one more round.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this has been awesome.
I've had a blast. This
I hope you know, like even when I'm just like poking fun at everything, like, I'm just having fun. This is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for me.
Yeah. Earlier, my wife jokingly said, "Honey, I blew up the kid."
Good movie.
And we all know toddlers are monsters.
Yeah,
so
you got that right.
A sequel that was way better than it had any right to be. Honestly, the third one is good too. The Honey I trilogy is pretty solid.
Yeah. All right. You're the only one who likes us.
But no, the other guy said they liked Honey I Blew Up the Kid.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely I Shrunk the Kids a lot more, but Blew Up the Kids it is all right.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot more Rick Moranis in Blew Up the Kid, and I appreciated that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially nowadays when we don't get Rick Moranis anymore. So it's nice to see a movie where he's, I know it's, about the kid, but Rick Moranis is kind of the focus of that movie, whereas he was more of a side character in the first movie. It was all about the kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this is before he took a break from acting to basically raise his children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He had done so well with the money that he had that he never had to act a day in his life. Like he invested his money, he played the stock market. Like he was uber rich by the time that movie came out.
Well, his wife died, and he raised his kids.
Yeah, that was his main reason, I think, for
Yeah.
disappearing from the spotlight.
Well,
was to
being rich
help.
helps.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
and he admitted that too. He said, because they said, "What are you going to do for money?" And he said, "I've been so smart with my money, and just the royalties alone I make from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, I'll never have to work another day in my life. So why act when I can just focus on raising my family?"
Yeah.
It's a good move. If you can do it, do it.
Real quick,
Yeah.
before you guys were saying, like somebody was saying toddlers are monsters. Let me tell you a quick story.
Yeah.
This happened to me today.
Oh.
Like Max generally wants nothing to do with me, but he'll always ask his mom for a hug. He'll be like, "Mom, can I have a hug?" And I'm always like, "Dude, give me a hug. You want to hug Dad?" And he's just like, "No, fuck you."
Okay.
But today, for the first time ever, he was like, "Dad, can I have a hug?" Now I am the tears almost started though. And I was like, "Yeah, buddy, you can have a." I reached down. He slapped the shit out of me.
He Rick James you.
Oh my God.
I was like, I had to like check myself. I was like,
that would have been a roller coaster of emotion.
Yeah. I was so hurt. And then
physically and emotionally.
And then I was just like, and he was laughing his ass
off. That's
See,
Anyway.
my kid slaps me too, but usually I see it coming, because like she'll sing a song first.
like that's very unlike him. Like we play that with his toys sometimes. We'll say we'll slap him or whatever. Like we don't. So that was totally out of the blue, and I was just like, I thought I was getting a hug.
Damn.
Yeah, dude.
It would have been like way funnier if he'd done that on April 1st.
Yeah. I was like, I grabbed it. Did your mom set you up to this? No,
son of a bitch. Someday, man. Someday.
Yeah, I'll get a hug one day.
That's right.
When I'm in my fucking casket.
Yeah. When he wants to borrow the car for the first time.
Yeah. Like, remember that slap?
That's when you're just like, "No, here, son, here's the keys." And when he goes to reach for him, you just
slap him across the face.
Dad, I was only 3 years old. You should have known better.
Yeah, exactly. Never forget. All right, well, fuck this movie. What's next?
Honey, I Blew Up the Kid.
What were we talking about? What was the movie?
Honey, I Blew Up the Kid.
Oh, right. Oh, and Clint brought that up, right?
Yeah.
Baffoom. So I'm gonna play a safer one than my last pick. I'm gonna bring up the Blob.
Nice.
But the 80s Blob, not the original.
Okay.
Because I think this is an example of a no, there's no way you guys think the original Blob is better than the remake.
No, I don't. I'm just like, do you not understand what a giant monster is?
The Blob gets fucking huge in that.
It does.
All right.
It fills up half a movie theater.
I actually wrote it on my
But
list.
it takes till like the end of the movie for that to happen.
And Jet Jaguar doesn't get big until the end of Godzilla versus Megalon.
All right, the Blob is the kaiju. Continue.
But I got big as soon as Gigan showed up.
Jesus Christ.
I was waiting for that joke. Not specifically like that, but
fine. No, I take it back. Fine.
I'm nothing if not amazingly predictable with. This is like my third big size joke. I've only been on here for 2 hours.
You know what, though? I take it back. I'm going to end this on a Godzilla movie because I fucking love Godzilla. I'm going to bring up Godzilla 1985. Because although I say King of the Monsters is my favorite of the Godzilla movies. Godzilla 1985 is the one that holds the most nostalgia for me. This is my Godzilla movie when I was a little kid. I had a VHS copy of it. Kid Ryan actually cried when
They
I
threw
watched
him in the
Godzilla
volcano.
1985. Yeah. Oh yeah, we've talked about this.
We talked about this
years ago.
times.
That's right.
Hysterical.
Yeah, when Godzilla fell into the volcano and he gives that high-pitched Godzilla squeal, Kid Ryan started bawling.
This was your Bambi. That's
This
what
was
you
my
said.
Bambi. Yep.
I have a great story for
I also think Godzilla has never looked better than he does in this movie.
Yeah, he looks great.
Yeah, those red eyes really do fucking sell the whole show.
Yeah, he just looks so pissed off.
Just so angry.
And what's that little spaceship thing that fights him?
Oh, the Super X.
Like the Super X. Yeah, that's
and that Super X theme that plays.
It
opens up with that sea lice scene with like all the corpses on the ship that had all their blood sucked out of them. Like Kid Ryan, that was scary as fuck. I was not expecting that out of a Godzilla movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking love this one. A lot of people say it's on the boring side. I don't find it boring. I think Godzilla's in it plenty, and like the last half hour is just Godzilla fucking wrecking Tokyo. And then he dies in a volcano, and that makes me sad.
And Raymond Burr gives that very
single-tiered
speech.
And I have I have the server to thank for my ability to watch it, because my VHS copy has long since been unplayable. And you cannot buy this fucking movie on any other format. It's not available on DVD. It's not available on Blu-ray. It's just the Japanese dub, which is a completely different movie. So I still...
And no Raymond Burr, single tier.
And no Raymond Burr, and no Dr. Pepper. So yeah, no Godzilla 1985. Fucking love it.
Nice. It's called Godzilla Returns in other markets.
Yes, Godzilla Returns, and also Godzilla 84, I think, in Japan. No, Godzilla 84 is I don't know. But yeah, there's like 2 or 3 names for this movie.
Have you all seen this?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I've seen it.
This is like Godzilla versus Megalon. This is one of the more commonly, like, people who even don't watch Godzilla like we do, they tend to have seen this movie.
Well, this when I was 85, so I was 13 years old. I was in elementary school, so I remember watching this. At one of my friends' houses. So I remember cracking up at the beginning when he stomps on Bambi.
Yeah,
it's so good, man.
Oh my god!
Oh, I forgot. Man, memory unlocked. That was awesome.
I was like, what's going on here? I was like,
what's it? Godzilla meets Bambi or Godzilla versus?
Yeah, Godzilla meets Bambi. Yeah,
that's so great.
But yeah, no, a lot of people saw this one because it was New World. It was Corman's production company. They got the rights to distribute it. So this actually got a theatrical release when it came out.
Yeah, my dad took me to the theater to see it. And he passed out while we were watching it. And at the end of the movie, he turned to me and he said, "You're never going to pick another movie we go to ever again." And he held me to that shit.
Wow.
Old Jaws.
Yeah, Paul can tell you.
Unreal.
That's probably why I haven't seen it in such a long time, because I don't think it's anywhere. I've never.
Wait, Jaws take you too?
Man, my dad's just snatching people up from the theater. No, it's hard to come by that movie. It's not like it's not streaming anywhere. It's not on like Prime Video or anything.
Yeah, like I said, I own it on DVD, but it's the dub. It's not the American version. Actually, I think it's just over there. Anyway,
Ryan, I still have a VHS of this if you need it.
Oh no, it's okay. You keep it.
It's on the server, right?
It's on the server.
It's on the server.
And I've got my DVD copy of it. So
But I have like the actual 85 VHS.
Yeah, that's the one I had. It's got like the yellow trim around the side of the VHS tape.
No, mine came in a Godzilla box set,
Oh.
and like Rhino put it out, and it's got like Godzilla on the side. It has like that Megalon, Terror of Godzilla.
Yeah, it was like a chunk of the show.
Yeah.
But no, mine was the one I have. I still have it somewhere. It's probably in a box somewhere. But like, it was the original New World Pictures release.
Yeah,
it was just like this shitty Photoshop job of Godzilla like standing over top of Weapon X and like buildings that were exploding. Yeah,
that's enough to arouse me. I like that image.
Yeah, that's my final pick. I fucking love. That's what I'm going to fall asleep to tonight, I think.
Sweet.
I'm going to see if I can find my DVD copy.
Oh, he's going to go look right now. Well, all right. Adam, where you at? You got something else you want to bring up?
I'll go with. I'm going to do a double tap. Amazing Colossal Man and War of Colossal Beast. It's kind of the same thing. You remember these, Mike?
I haven't seen them in a long time, but I know I've seen both.
Yeah, Amazing Colossal Man is basically the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, but with a dude.
Guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But at the end of the movie, like the military gets involved and like he gets shot in the face and he falls into the ocean. And then the next movie, like in the first movie, he was like intelligent and like speaking and was trying to maintain his manners and stuff. In the second movie, because he got shot in the face, he's just like he's just like, eh. And like his the whole side of his face is just like a skull. And they like took.
I gotta watch that again.
Yeah, they took all his lines, and he's just like basically a giant like mongoloid zombie dude in a loincloth.
Wow.
Attacking buses and shit. And
he's like, I tried to be nice.
Yeah,
You made me a mongoloid.
Now look what I am. Yeah. You know, it's just of the era. It's just if you're going down that wormhole of those movies, you might as well. They're short. Each one of them is a little over an hour long. They're fun. It's worth checking out.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I'd love to see
Is Colossal Man the same actor who has sex with the 50-foot woman before she's the 50-foot woman?
I don't think so, but I would like they're both big giant bald guys. Here,
Yeah.
I'll look it
like
up. Right
almost like Wish.com Yul Brenner.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think but they do look the same.
Because like when we went to go see 50-foot woman at the drive-in, like I was just thinking to myself, is that Colossal Man or not? And then
Duncan Parkin is the Colossal Man. Let's see who the alien is. Who's the big fucking alien? Michael Ross. Some dude named Michael Ross. Michael Ross in Attack of the 50-Foot Woman plays Tony the bartender and also the giant alien. So he plays two roles.
he wasn't even nominated.
He was an Iron Man. He played offense and defense.
Yeah.
That's funny. They're like, who are we gonna get for this fucking alien? The bartender.
Get the bartender dude.
See if that bartender will shave his head real quick.
Yeah.
He's probably drunk anyway, so he'll probably.
Yeah.
Did Ryan fall asleep?
He's looking for his DVD copy of Godzilla 1985. So I guess we don't need his input.
He probably hasn't seen these.
Yeah. I have not either. but I'd love to see him get shot.
Yeah, they're super old, and I get it. A lot of people haven't.
Are we gonna do the Mahoney for the Zombie Fest?
I'm thinking about it.
When are they doing it? Is it in May sometime?
I think the last weekend in May.
Yeah.
I'll camp
do it.
Friday and Saturday night.
The only thing I know I'm doing for sure is Blobfest. Other than that,
I'm in for Blobfest.
Other than that, the year is like a blank slate. But Mahoning's not, that's fine. I'll do it.
Like I said, I'm in for Friday and Saturday night. Clint is. He just doesn't know it yet. Clint will entice you with his mayo sandwiches.
That's right.
Mayo chicken. Dude, I'll tell you what, that hit the spot.
Yeah.
It did, and I'm not even lying. That was good.
I like them.
That and the 8 Pizza Hut pizzas that Mike bought.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. We got Pizza Hut right up the road.
It was good.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a real Pizza Hut. You could tell. It tasted like it,
Oh,
What's a fake Pizza Hut?
It tastes a little fake.
The best was Adam X and the guy online, if you know Mike.
Oh, that was the best.
I told Adam, he goes, "Oh, there's a massive line to get in." I said, "Don't worry, just tell him you know me and they'll let you right in." And I was like totally joking.
I believed him.
I know Mike.
I went up to
the
ticket guy, this big fat guy with a ponytail. And I was like, "Hey, I do Mike Mazzy," and he was like,
"Who the fuck is Mike?"
Okay. And I was like, "Don't I get to go?" And he was like, "No." All right. I guess fucking sit here with my thumb on my ass. Thanks, Mike.
That's horrible.
And Adam set his car alarm off at 3 a.m. Fucking woke the whole fucking driving up.
Yeah. Now,
I
if you'd
I
have
woke
said,
up like panicking because I thought it was my car. I was like, "Where's my key?" I was like,
yeah.
Oh,
Now, if you'd have said Frank Espinoza sent me, they'd have let you right in.
I was just like, Mike's been here before, he's got those connections. He might know this guy. And I was like, Mike Mazzy. And he was like, I might as well have said like
John Smith,
Dirk Diggler.
Yeah,
oh man.
So I found some of my Godzilla movies, but I didn't find Godzilla 1984. I'm gonna have to start digging in some more places tomorrow.
Fuck.
That's okay. There's other places I can watch it. Places that have the proper copy. So
there you go.
But the important thing is, I did find my copy of Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
How do you feel about the Amazing Colossal Man?
Never seen it.
How about War of Colossal Beast?
I don't think I've seen anything with the word colossal in the title.
At least not with a XXX on it.
That's fair.
How do you feel about giant bald dudes in loincloths?
That
All
is
I can think about now is fucking Airplane.
Who could shut?
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Do you like gladiator movies?
You like when Scraps rubs up against your leg?
So, off topic, Airplane 2. Like, just as funny, if not better than the original, right?
I like it. I don't remember anything from it. I'd have to watch it again. I'm not going to say no. I have to see it.
I think it's up there with the first one.
I don't even remember.
The Lunar Shuttle.
Yeah. It's got William Shatner instead of what's his name from Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
Anyway, who picked Colossal?
Adam.
Okay. Good pick.
Yeah, it was a riveting discussion.
I came back to you guys talking about pizza, so I can't.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And speaking of things we've never seen, Paul, you got another one you want to throw out?
Yeah, I'm gonna do continue on my last pick with giant food. I'm going to do Food of the Gods.
Oh, I have seen this.
H.G. Wells' Food of the Gods.
Nice.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember being really intimidated by the giant chicken. Like, that scene is terrifying.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, who would have thought like chickens would be terrifying?
Oh, you missed that.
My neighbor's has a big black cock, but that like runs wild in my fucking yard. Like, he has chickens, and there's like a midnight black one, and it's a big black cock, and it fucking freaks me out. My dog's terrified of it. This thing's like the damn devil chicken.
I'm scared of it.
I'd love it if it had red eyes.
I can't tell if this is a joke or not.
No, I'll get you a picture. I'll take a picture of my neighbor's big
I'll
black
get
cock.
you a picture of the black cock.
I still can't tell.
Well, your curiosity is almost consent, so I'm gonna send you a picture of this cock. So, but yeah, like Food of the Gods. Any fans?
I liked it. It's fun. Whole bunch of different kind of giant creatures. Like,
Yeah.
kind of felt like stuff like what was that rabbit movie? Night of the
Lepus.
Yeah, except like they're like, well, instead of just rabbits, why don't we just throw every fucking barnyard animal into it?
I know. It's fun.
And that woman gets like her neck ripped out by the giant, what was it, giant rat?
Yeah.
Yeah, good times. Has nobody else seen this?
I haven't.
Yeah, a long time ago.
No.
Yeah, Food of the
You
Gods.
basically don't have to answer.
H.G. Wells.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't.
But you'll be afraid of chickens. Like that chicken scene. Like, can you pull up the chicken scene from Food of the Gods?
I'll try.
So that people can see how terrifying they are.
Yeah, but you're not going to find that on YouTube.
Black cock.
Don't pull up a big black cock, please.
www.xnxx.com. Put in big black cock.
Just do Food of the Gods chicken scene.
I think I got it.
They're fucking terrifying, man.
Yeah, they're giant chickens.
What's the Conan music?
What the fuck is going on here?
What?
What? I can't go full. What the hell?
See, that Conan music is firing me up. When I was a little kid, this scene scared the shit out of me. Especially since I like chicken nuggets.
This movie's just... That's the lady that gets her neck bit now.
That chicken is fucking relentless.
Yeah.
He's choking the chicken.
Yeah.
He's choking
I wanted to be the first to say it.
I mean, look at those big cocks. I mean, they're huge. Not you and me, guys.
I'm feeling inadequate next to this scene.
Where the hell did you get
Yeah.
those damn chickens? Hey, do you know those bastards almost killed me, huh?
Wow.
But yeah, I recommend it. It's
That's a
it's
good
a lot
time.
of fun. And terrifying.
Well,
Good deal. Looks amazing.
weird.
Any other thoughts? Do the chickens look better than E.T., Mike?
That scene alone was better than the whole movie of E.T.
He's not wrong. Hey, E.T. didn't have a scene where a guy was choking a giant chicken.
No,
See?
it does
Maybe
not.
they should have. They should have learned from him.
Yeah.
If Dee Wallace was choking a giant chicken, I might have watched E.T. more.
Dee Wallace choked a lot of chickens in that movie.
Wearing her leopard print suit.
Yeah.
All right. Mike, you got one more?
All right. I'm gonna give one out for you guys because I watched this movie. I think you guys actually recommended it to me. So this is probably the last Godzilla movie I watched. I remember watching probably within the last year. I don't know which one of you told me to watch it. It was Godzilla versus the Smog Monster. And
that sounds like an Adam
basically-
trick.
It's basically Godzilla fighting a giant booger.
Yeah.
Godzilla flies in it though, so it's good.
It was fun. It was a fun fight at the end.
It's the weirdest one. Maybe that's why.
Easily the weirdest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the weirdest one.
What, did you like it?
So
Did you get anything from it, or did you think it sucked? Did you like it at all?
It was funny. I enjoyed it in that
alright.
sense. Like I was like,
Yeah,
this
it's funny. Yeah, I agree.
I didn't hate it. You know, you got like your classic Godzilla in it. I mean, I thought the Smog Monster was hysterical. It just kept flying like.
Yeah, it was just like a flying pile of shit.
Yeah,
Kept changing into something different.
yeah.
Like he actually at one point throws Godzilla into a hole.
Yeah. No,
And starts shitting on him.
he got his licks on Godzilla too.
He was like Uncle Eddie, like emptying the fucking shitter. Like
shitter was full.
Shitter was full. He's like,
Shitter was
"Blah."
full.
And like Godzilla's like flopping around in this shit.
Godzilla kind of looked like he might have been enjoying it.
His one eye poked out.
Wow.
That's how you get diphtheria.
I remember when I first saw the monster because I had no idea what the Smog Monster looked like, and when it first came out, I was like, "Oh fuck me! Look at this thing."
Yeah.
But it wasn't bad. It was a Godzilla movie. I still enjoyed it.
There was a lot of fight scenes. It was
Yeah.
weird. Like they were doing like that hippie shit, like the hippie trippy 70s stuff.
Definitely.
And so there was a lot of weird shit with that and that kind of stuff. And there was like that heavy-handed, like pollution is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. There was definitely
You know,
you got that vibe to it.
But
I should have called it Wokezilla.
That was the whole message of the movie: is smog is a monster.
because not polluting the earth is a woke mess.
Yeah,
It is.
It kind of. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
That's I felt that. Oh god,
I was being
I was
facetious.
just gonna say we're at the point now where we have to.
Yeah. Captain Planet should have come in at the end.
Yeah.
If
Beat the fuck
Godzilla
out
was a
of
paper
Smog
straw, it
Monster.
would be this movie.
That plot was written on a paper straw and then used and then filmed.
But yeah, no, this movie did have a heavy-handed message, and I could see that. I mean, Paul made the joke, but I could totally see nowadays that people would be up in arms about it. But it's a lot of fun. Like, you got Godzilla rips out Hedorah's eyes, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Is that what those are? No, they're like eggs.
Are they eggs? I thought they were Hedorah's eyes.
They're the weirdest. It's not his eyes. It's like two giant.
So
Are they
Hedorah was
testicles?
are they
It could be
testicles?
Testicles. No.
Or is Hedorah
Could
going
be
to have
like
a baby?
eggs.
Jesus Christ! So this movie's got a pro-abortion message too. This is Wokezilla.
Yeah, it could be like two zygotes. And he was checking to see how many
In
months.
Alabama, it's rated R.
Yeah, it's nobody under 18 is admitted to this Godzilla movie because it's too woke.
It's a hard-lined anti-abortion message.
It's pro-abortion. He rips those babies right out.
I guess you're right.
Wow.
Oh my god.
A very special Godzilla.
The message that needed to be said.
It was like the after school.
Only Godzilla could teach us.
Sorry, what was that, Mike?
If Godzilla was an after school special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think that seems like a during school special.
Yeah. That's one they'd wheel the TV into the classroom for.
Yep.
Yeah.
All you ladies having unprotected sex, watch this. And they're like, Godzilla. Like,
Godzilla has a
Come and
message for you
rip
about
your
teen
ovaries.
He puts an
pregnancy.
IUD in it.
Godzilla kept me from getting teen pregnant.
that monster's holding 2 ostrich eggs. What does that have to do with me, sir?
Everything.
Fucking incredible. Wow. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I don't either.
And we didn't even do the movie service. Like we just scraped the surface about how weird this movie is.
Mm-hmm.
See, and I tried to be a team player by ending on with a Godzilla movie for you guys.
Yeah.
You picked a darn good one.
Well, that's your guys' fault because you guys recommended that one to me.
I like it. I own it. I mean, I know that doesn't mean a lot, but I do like it.
Yeah, I mean, if you own a movie, you might not have seen it ever.
Yeah.
I own it.
He's not wrong.
That's like the best reason to not watch a movie is when you buy it.
Yeah.
He's mentioned like 3 movies that he owned tonight that he didn't watch.
I've never watched it. There's like
I
a
got
coffee ring on it.
I got more.
Yeah.
Shit, I do have several. I'm just looking at my thing here. God damn.
I have no room to talk. I own movies that I've not seen.
There are dozens of us. Clint, what are you finishing us off with?
Oh, I'm not. Just a question, really. Like, why is it we've had all these Godzilla movies and we've never had a scene where someone got crushed by Godzilla taking a shit? Why have we never had that?
You can
Not a
answer.
shit. I mean,
Because it's gross.
The
The same reason we haven't had a scene where somebody drowned in Kong shit, or in that scene in Jurassic Park when Jeff Goldblum was like, "That's one big pile of shit." He didn't take her face and like shove it in the fucking pile.
Yeah, but
Like,
you
there's
did
a
pull off
reason.
those long gloves.
There's a reason. It's because it's gross.
I feel like 5 years from now we're going to have that movie. So you
I
just
really
will
hope
that
so.
shit into the fucking universe.
Yeah.
Literally.
Or that be like the indicator that he's nearby. Like they're in a ship, like just a few miles out, from shore. And they just see a big dump float by. Like, oh my
Well,
god!
that, like his shit, would be radioactive. So if he took a shit, it would like infect that entire zone with like radioactivity.
You see floating fish too.
so Jurassic Park 3 when the phone was in the shit.
Yeah.
Well, there
They're
are
looking
several
for it.
reptiles that will fart as a defensive mechanism.
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
You might be part reptile, man.
Somebody's coming over and you don't want to talk to them. You fucking drop trow, fucking drop some ass, and fucking you see how fast they go away. Works like a
Yeah.
I usually like the dropping of the trow is enough for me to leave.
Drop the trowel so they get that serious look on their face.
Like
and
as soon as
realize
the
what's about to
pants start
happen.
coming off, I'm like, okay, well, nice seeing you, Mike.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'd be like,
I'll see myself the fuck out.
I'd be like, let's wait a minute. Let's see what happens next.
Let's see where this
Yeah.
goes.
Where's this going?
Just remember the whole time you never break eye contact. You have to establish
I
dominance.
mean, I'm dense as fuck, but like, I even get that. Like,
Exactly. There's no mistaking that. For this is turning into the best hangout ever. Talking about shit and dropping trow and
That's
Big black
always my
cocks.
question.
In a bunch of movies we haven't seen.
Yep. Yep. If you ever notice that, that's always my question is why don't we ever see them take a shit? I said the same thing about E.T. He ate all that fucking food during that movie, and not once did we see like a random turd just land somewhere.
Well, that's because he is the turd.
To be fair, though, like when you watch a
I
movie,
think in most movies they don't show the shit.
I was
Like
gonna
in
say when you watch Harry
in
Met Sally, you're not
Casablanca,
wondering.
They don't have a scene of Rick taking a shit.
Yeah, you're not wondering why Harry hasn't taken a
Like-
shit through the entire runtime of the movie.
Like in Indiana Jones.
But
you
I
know,
did wonder
it's
it
not
during
like-
Harry and the Hendersons. So
it's just anthropomorphic creatures that you're
Right.
wondering why they don't shit.
yeah. I don't care about
You know,
That might
Bigfoot
be a
dropped
kink.
some logs in that house.
He almost spit. whatever he was drinking, he almost spit all that.
almost.
Well, we briefly mentioned the Lepus. I mean, why weren't there like bolder little rabbit turds rolling down?
It's all rabbits
They
too.
should have been everywhere.
It would have been like the
Should've
scene
been
from
everywhere.
fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark. Everybody
They
would
should have
run
been
and
gnawing
fucking
down
size
trees
shits.
too.
Yeah. Perfectly round,
But none of that.
spheres of shit.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Fantastic.
this was a hangout for the ages.
You
No
ever
one's
seen the
gonna-
movie House Party?
No one's gonna watch this.
Yeah. With,
Yeah, kid and play, man.
And they can't. They're looking. All you see is the camera from them looking in the bowl. And he goes, "It must have been that kid. What was it? Must have been that kid play. He looks like he could shit some bricks."
Oh, nice. Oh, awesome. Well, now we have to go figure out what to eat since Adam made all that sausage pizza here.
Yeah, we could do this if we all got on Dead by Daylight. Me, Clint, and Ryan have been playing. We could do this as we're playing.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. We could totally do that.
Yeah, I just gotta get off
You
my
hear
ass.
me
and buy
call
something.
Ryan and Clint a dick every time they fucking kill me.
Yeah. It's about, that's
We
about
can
how
start
it goes.
asking about why we haven't seen the killer take a shit yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
in Cheers does Sam never take a shit?
Yeah.
What's Diane doing? Just waiting tables? She never takes a shit.
Yeah, exactly.
They just don't show it. She shits on his chest in his office.
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
The Cleveland Steamer.
I was just gonna say,
The Boston.
Wow.
the C in Cheers stands for Cleveland.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
You mean to tell me at the end of like Something to Tide You Over in Creep Show, while Ted Danson was buried there, you didn't poop once?
Yeah.
Is there room?
I mean,
Did he leave a little hole in the backside so that he?
I mean,
I just feel if the sand's pushed right up against there,
yeah.
it's not coming out. What the fuck are we talking about?
it'll just flatten out. They'll find a little room.
Oh my god,
There's always room.
I'm done. I have nothing else to add to this conversation.
Yep. Well,
Well, Ryan, I'll be sending you a picture of my neighbor's big black cock.
Thank you.
And
His name is Julius.
His name is Phallus.
Well,
oh my god.
And on that note, I thank you all for joining me for Giant Monsters.
And giant shits too.
Yeah, giant monsters there. We never see their giant shits. So,
or their giant genitals.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
That's a whole nother hangout.
Yeah. We don't get that either. You know, it's like Godzilla. Like we never know. He's like an alligator or something. Where like
Godzilla, I could
they're
understand.
internal.
It could be inside, but like
Yeah.
King Kong, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at
His
all.
dick should literally be causing collateral damage.
Yeah.
Gorilla penises are quite small, so.
Oh. All right. Well, here we are with.
Well, there we have it.
Anthropologist Brian.
That's like
Well, like the giant wolf in Rampage. I mean, it could have
that's
gotten
fair,
a red rocket going on, you know.
Oh my god.
That's it. Call it.